applicants in seeking zoning relief from the city give something back to our community. Thank you again for the members of the committee for giving me this opportunity to speak.
Great, thank you for that.
If you're all right with that, because we may have had some audio jumping in the beginning, we'll take this, scan it, and upload it so it's part of the official record.
Yeah, I could put my letterhead on it if you need to.
Awesome. That
I'll
would be
have Connor
perfect.
send it in the morning.
Thank you.
Great, so before we go forward with the project meetings, a few quick notes about how the meeting will run. The committee's role tonight is to review the application, hear the applicant ask questions, and discuss potential recommendations to the full board. Committee boards provide advisory input as part of the city's land use review process, and our goal is to ensure that the committee has a clear understanding of the proposal before making any recommendations. We ask everyone to keep comments respectful and focused on the land use issues that we're discussing. Committee members will have the opportunity to ask questions after the applicant is completed with their presentations. And then the public gets to comment on the proposal. Please wait to be recognized by the chair before you make comments. And clearly state your name before you make any comments, so our machines here can catch your name.
I will add one thing. Please note, there are two owls on the center of the conference table. They are both audio and video. So they turn when you begin to speak, which is great. If you don't want what you say to live online forever and you feel the need to desperately to talk to somebody you're sitting next to, I welcome you to step outside the room and to the left or the right, but not straight outside the door. And for anybody who wonders, this is Netta Porcia-Corey. She's the chair of our land use.
Yes, I forgot to introduce myself.
Zoning and economic development, and I'm Tammy Meltzer. I'm chair of CB1. Okay, so with that, just keep in mind, what you say lives in infamy forever on YouTube.
Great.
Take sense.
With that said, we have the applicant for 101 Franklin to come and present the project.
And do I have slides for you?
Yes, I sent them.
Tammy, could I just ask, could you get us a raise of hands of how many people are here for 101 Franklin in this room?
So we have three Frank, and we have who from the project teams here.
My name is Aaron Klein with David Karnowski, representing Frank, representing the applicant. We have David West and Jason Dubowski representing Hill West Architects. There's Stephen Harris and Francesco Galetto, this is Stephen Harris Architect.
Great.
Yeah, Jesse Lazarson and Jeremy Tabora and Jerry Carr representing ownership.
Perfect. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. Again, my name is Aaron Cahan. We are here today to present a zoning action on behalf of the applicants, Sky Hill Real Estate Partners and Cannon Hill Capital Partners.
And Skylight.
Skylight Real Estate Partners for a zoning action to facilitate the conversion of a vacant commercial space, vacant commercial office building located at 101 Franklin Street, also known as 250 Church Street, to residential use with ground floor retail. We are delighted to be here to present this application. The zoning authorizations would facilitate residential conversion by modifying applicable bulk regulations regarding the maximum height and permitted ports, and to add a small parking facility. The co-applicants, Cannon Hill and Skylight, are highly respected real estate firms that do work in New York City, and between them constructed or managed various projects in the city. On the screen here are some images of some of the projects they've worked on, which include renovation and conversion projects with an attention to historic detail, including at 888 Broadway and Superior. The architects, Hill West and Stephen Harris, are also well-known firms. They've worked on a variety of projects in the city with a focus on historical finishes and detail, all of which has been very highly well received. So we're first going to give some background on the context of the site. The site is located in the Tribeca neighborhood. It is well served by transit with multiple subway lines located within a 5-minute walk. The site is located in a C6 2A zoning district, but it's outside of the special Tribeca mixed-use district in gray on the left. It's also outside of the Tribeca historic districts, which are located to the west and the north. Right to the south of the site is the C6-4 district, which is a high-density district without a high. This is a tax map of the site. It has about 200 feet of frontage on Church Street, 60 feet of frontage on Franklin, and 76 feet of frontage on Leonard Street. This is the area map of the site, which illustrates that this is a mainly residential area, or residential with mixed-use retail, shown in yellow, dark yellow, and orange. There are also some instances of commercial, institutional, and industrial uses, shown in blue, red, blue, and pink, respectively. So this is seems to put the site in context. The site is located in a well-developed neighborhood. It's right south of 56 Leonard, which rises to 820 feet. It's about a block away from 343 Broadway and 91 Leonard, which each rise to about 250 feet. It's a couple of blocks north of the AT&T Long Lines building, 33 Thomas, at about 570 feet. And it's a couple blocks south of 32 Avenue of the Americas, located a block north of the Roxy. This is a view of the existing building from the corner of Church and Leonard. You can see it has very little, no activation on its ground floor with long blank walls. In the immediate area are mainly 5 to 17-story multifamily buildings, of course, the 56 Leonard right to the south, New York Law School is also to the south, and there's a Con Ed facility to the west. We're now going to turn a little bit more into the existing building. This is a view of the building looking from the east on Church Street. The building was constructed in 1948, intermittently hosted office and office uses since then, but so far as we are aware, no retail uses. And it's been vacant for approximately 10 years since 2018. The site plan on the right-hand side shows that it's a 17-story building at a height of 209 feet. It has a small 113 square foot court on its western side, about 10 by 11 on it, shown in green over there. The 209-foot building, it exceeds its height limit in the district of 125 feet. Its floor area also exceeds 193,800 square feet, also exceeds what's permitted in the district for residential, which is about 82,000 square feet. Article 1, Chapter 5 of the zoning resolution allows the full building, all of this floor area, to be converted to residential use, inclusive of mechanical spaces. But as we will point out, the building has features which make it difficult to provide adequate light and air and to utilize floor area within the existing building envelope for residential use.
Having troubles with the,
Yeah.
you face it this way, not mine. And if it doesn't work, I'll be happy to help you.
Yeah. So,
There you go.
yes, perfect. Thank you. This is a massing of the building from the rear. You can see in yellow the very narrow fire court we pointed out before. This is a view of the fire court from the top, looking west. You can see how small it is and how it would be inadequate to provide light and air for residential units in the rear of the building. This brings us to the proposed design of the building. How we're going to address the deficiencies I've described. I'm going to pass it on to David West to present the next slide.
Thank you, Aaron. Here you see an image of the existing building floor plan on a typical lower floor. The interior partitions that we've shown in gray are a hypothetical residential layout of the building as if it were converted while relying on the existing court. The court, which is shown in green, is approximately 10 feet by 11 feet. It's 113 square feet, which is less than is permitted by the multiple dwelling law for legal light and air in a converted building. The area shown in white is a 35-foot deep section of the building lining each street frontage at the exterior wall. This area is ideal for conversion. You get generous habitable rooms and kitchens and baths behind. Anything behind this zone is either suboptimal or entirely unavailable for conversion due to lack of access to light and air. We've demarcated these areas as suboptimal in blue or unsuitable in pink, depending on whether they are directly adjacent to or separated from by a corridor from the white zones. Together, these areas make up 31% of the floor plate, meaning only 69% of the floor is suitable for conversion. By way of comparison, a typical residential building targets 85 to 90% of the floor as usable space. This is the metric that needs to be achieved in order to justify the cost of construction. In order to address this deficiency, we're planning to enlarge the court. Shown here in green, the new court will measure approximately 41 feet by 35 feet in two offset rectangular sections. The offset shape is a reflection of the shape of the site, as well as the position of the elevator core and shear walls. Each half of the court will satisfy the multiple dwelling law dimensions for a court with legal windows and a converted building. The new court is 946 square feet, 8.5 times of the existing court. It is positioned to provide legal light and air for bedrooms on both the north and south sides of the building, reducing the extent of sub-optimized area on the floor to approximately 5%, effectively allowing conversion of the entire floor in a reasonable manner. However, the expansion of this court results in a loss of floor area that cannot be utilized elsewhere due to the height limit and zoning envelope constraints. Note that the court must be open to the sky so that the lower floors drive the size and shape of the court all the way to the top of the building. Turning back to Aaron for a minute.
So the zoning resolution recognizes that older buildings may have deficiencies that would hinder their conversion to residential use, as David just pointed out. It also recognizes that these buildings, which were often built prior to the enactment of the 1961 zoning resolution, may be non-compliant in certain regards, with respect, as is the case here with respect to floor area or height. But to help facilitate these conversions, Section 7523 of the zoning resolution allows for limited bulk modifications in buildings that exist prior to the end of 1990 that are undergoing conversion pursuant to Article 1, Chapter 5. Among other things, Section 7523 allows for an increase in the building height of up to 25%. Here, we are proposing to increase the building height by just under 25%, from 209 feet and 4 inches to 261 feet and 2 inches. A second bulk modification would allow the court that's being carved out below to extend beyond 15th story. Below the 15th story in the existing building, the new court would be allowed by the multiple dwelling law and Article 1, Chapter 5. This authorization is what makes a code compliant residential conversion feasible, particularly the enlarged court for legal light and air and the modest height needed to accommodate the floor area displaced from carving out that court. If the authorization is not granted, there are other as of right compliant paths that the building could take, and the property would probably eventually be repositioned as a high-end commercial office use with limited retail rather than the residential conversion with ground floor activation that we are proposing. The proposed building can be seen here, essentially adding 4 more stories from the 18th to the 21st story and filling out some of the spaces below that. The additional height is not coupled with an increase in zoning floor area. Rather, the zoning floor area will remain the same. The height increase will be from the floor area carved out from the enlarged court to be repurposed. The building will also include required residential amenity space, trash rooms, mechanical space, bike storage, all of which will result in floor area deductions that are also accommodated by the additional height. This slide shows the progression of the front and the rear of the building using some images we've already seen. On the left, you can see is the building, the original build, the current building with the small fire court in the back. In the middle is the fire court being carved out and that area being used on the additional 4 stories with some filling in this space below. On the right is the proposed building with the enlarged fire court.
Okay. Moving now from the top of the building to the bottom, we want to share with you the ground floor of the building. We're aware of how important the ground floor is to the streetscape and the community. The historic condition has been that the ground floor was effectively cut off from the street by tall walls and a lack of active uses, making this block a sort of dead zone in the urban landscape. We are completely altering the ground floor to provide active uses along all frontages. As you can see shaded in orange, the entire south half of the Church Street frontage, 96 feet, will be retail with street front entries and generous transparent storefronts, which will wrap the corner extending halfway down the Leonard Street frontage. The north half of the Church Street frontage will be a residential amenity space, continuing the active use and transparency along the entirety of Church Street. The main entrance lobby will occupy the balance of the Franklin Street frontage. Leonard Street will have some retail, as I noted, as well as a service entrance and a curb cut accessing an automated parking facility. Overall, we are transforming the streetscape from a nondescript, inactive office use with virtually no eye-level transparency to a lively, active, transparent area serving both residents and members of the community with 24/7 activation.
So zooming back out, this is the proposed building with the additional height in the context of its surrounding. I think this image shows that it fits well within its surroundings. As noted before, we are not seeking any change to the amount of permitted zoning floor area at the site. That would remain constant at 193,816.6 square feet, consisting of 72 dwelling units. On the right side of the screen is a revised site plan showing a 21-story building with the enlarged court. Going back, this is the existing view of the existing building. I'm now going to turn it to Stephen Harris of Stephen Harris Architects to discuss the proposed building. And
thank you, Aaron. I'm Stephen Harris. I've actually lived in Tribeca for almost 50 years. I lived for 38 years, a block and a half from here on Harrison Street. We were responsible for the conversion of 7 Harrison Street about 10 years ago, I guess. And I then moved 4 blocks, and I now live on Warren Street, which is about 5 blocks south of here. In my experience, one of the great joys of Tribeca is the life of the street. And I think we've worked very hard to give a kind of character and recall certain tropes that you would find in Tribeca there. This is a view from the corner of Leonard and Church. There are a couple of things that I think are really important about how we've approached this. I think Tribeca is principally a masonry neighborhood. The majority of the buildings are brick or stone. They have punched windows. The punched windows are inordinately large. You don't realize how big they are. The loft I lived in on Harrison Street, the windows were 5 by 9 feet. You know, if you stood like this, you couldn't touch the corners of the window. On the left is the Gazzini building on the corner of Greenwich and Shea. On the right is one of my favorite buildings. It's actually on West Broadway between Warren and Murray on the west side of the street. One of the things I love about that building, having lived around the corner for so many years, and now outside of Pan Quotidian is there are these deep awnings around it. If you've ever walked around Tribeca in the rain, you find those awnings and you try to negotiate as far as you can without having to step out in the rain. So in our proposal, these are other awnings that are around. The entire building is surrounded by an almost 10-foot deep awning. In the renderings, it will show glass awnings. We've since changed that, thinking harder about it, to a traditional metal awning, which will be underlit, which means it'll cast a gentle light on the sidewalk, on the facade, as you walk down that block. That's a very long block, that building. One of the things about the existing building is it is not a consistent building. It can be understood as two buildings. The south half of the building is taller than the north half of the existing building. Buildings across the street are about that big. They are not full block buildings. So we have made an effort to articulate the existing building almost as two buildings. So although it is one building, obviously, and it's all brick, this half is slightly different. You'll notice arches on the ground, square openings over there, inset bay windows here, punched openings there, arches like Bazzini here. So there is, on the one hand, an attempt to suggest that this might be understood as two buildings, maybe not built at the same time, but, you know, built as a pair. Obviously, it's one building, so at the same time, we're trying to string them together. So it's a kind of game between making two things and making one thing. This is probably the only place where you'll see the whole building. This is from the little park in front of Roxy Hotel, looking south. Obviously, we've cut off quite a bit of 56 Leonard. It does go on as it goes up. This is obviously from the southwest corner. Another thing we've worked really hard on, if you walk around Tribeca and you look at the spandrels, those panels that are underneath windows or between the head of one window and the sill of the next, there's a whole story being told there. I'm sure you all know the Franklin Street Firehouse on West Broadway, with the fire hoses and the other things that are cast into the spandrels. We have commissioned an artist to work on these spandrels. There are about 17 different versions of it. They're all based on kind of 19th century mechanical construction kinds of things, the things the neighborhood, the history of the neighborhood was about. The building I live in now used to be a saddlery and had all these machines in it. So it recalls that. The ground floor is all stone, and each one of those windows is surrounded by this very rich red marble. So it's like a lip around the window that gives another level and layer of elaboration. The other thing we've done, a massive amount of time, getting the facade as deep as we can get it. The windows are held back from the surface. The brick projects out as far as is legal, so that if you go back to the image of the oblique, the building gets dense. There are brick returns on the windows. Everything is not all out and flat in the same plane as so many contemporary buildings are. Go back to the facade. I'm also fanatic about the life of the building inside coming to the street. Those of you who know the beautiful Sol LeWitt lobby about a block west of here on Franklin Street, where the whole lobby, everyone enjoys that piece. The ownership has very generously bought an extraordinarily expensive painting that will be the thing you will see from the street as you look all the way into the building. So there is a sense that, you know, the life of that building comes out to the street in the same way the Sol LeWitt mural, you know, it ain't wallpaper. But it's something that is given to the whole city. The other thing that happens is this awning, which is lit and will light the sidewalk, provides, as do all the awnings on Twain Park, on all those places, provide privacy for those people on the second floor. You don't walk along and see what they're having for lunch. You know, there's a bit of privacy there. The other aspect of it is the retail. The building is constructed of 2x2 concrete columns on 20-foot centers. That's about as much glass as we can get in between the columns that make up the perimeter of this building. So these, on the south half of the building, the south building, if you will, is all retail with these about 16-foot high sort of windows that are 17 and a half, 18 feet wide. On the north half of the building, where there are the arches, it's an amenity space. It's also a gym. And I don't know how you feel, but I think walking down the street and seeing people inside, there's a little bit of life there. You know, it isn't as though, you know, you're looking into the back room or something. So that's the gym along that side. That's how this looks. 56 Leonard. We've used a variety of forms trying to differentiate the buildings and to give it character and to create a cap for it. We've arched the top of these sort of 10-story bays. Again, in between them are the spandrels that we've commissioned. These are inset bay windows. So the glass is out at that edge, but then it returns on the sides. So they create kind of vertical articulation there. If you know, again, to refer to the Mazzini building, it has arches. The one on West Broadway between, it's a theme that goes all through Tribeca, this idea of trying to set that up. At this point, the building, from there up, I think, are the 4 floors that we are adding. That has much more glass than this does. The thought was you will always see it at a very high angle. The glass will reflect the sky. So more glass up there. The attempt was to make it a bit lighter you're not going to dematerialize it. Nothing ever goes away. A mirror building does not go away. But it does, I think, give a kind of lightened piece to the top. There are terraces which will be landscaped all the back.
So, as I mentioned before, concurrently with the height and setback modifications and the core modifications, we're seeking an authorization to permit a limited addition of parking spaces for existing buildings without parking in Manhattan, up to 15 spaces pursuant to zoning resolution section 13442. So these 15 spaces that we're seeking to add would be permitted based on the number of dwelling units being provided pursuant to the conversion. Here, the parking would be accessible from a curb cut on Leonard Street. That is an existing curb cut. The curb cut is currently 15 feet. It's being reduced by 3 feet to only 12 feet. So only what's needed. The parking would be handled by an automated parking system. Cars that both enter and exit the facility, facilitated by the system rotating the cars or it stores them for parking. So no car would ever be backing into the street or anything like that. There are 3 parking spaces that would be located on the ground floor, 3 parking spaces in the mezzanine, and 9 in the south, with 2 spaces for maneuvering to accessing deeper spaces or pursuant to the automated system. Thank you very much for listening to this presentation. We are very excited about this project, which we believe will revitalize a vacant building in Tribeca on this block with a well-designed and attractive mixed-use building with residential units and active ground floor. We're happy to answer any questions.
I just want to say one thing on behalf of the development group. David Karnowski, also from Frank. I want to respond to something that Councilman Marquez said about Barnett and Frank. We want to be good neighbors. It is in our neighborhood. And we've already started a discussion with the council member about potential contribution to that effort, and that's continuing next week. We'll be meeting sometime. Yes, I'm very close.
Thank you for that.
And then,
So, you looked at the site has a history. We looked to our friend here, George, to give us a little bit of background of what the previous proposals were and what we're looking at and what to look for in the new proposal. If you can give us a little bit of update on your findings on the
Sure, well,
history of the
do you
project.
want me to, I can do this as kind of asking questions? If,
Sure. we can-
or I can do it online, or I can present.
I think some of the
Have the
findings.
Slides here, or?
I'm sure I do. Just take a look.
Can I ask a question while you're
Yes,
looking?
Alice?
It's very impressive and to be in your presence, all these great architects. Tell me a little bit about, I was very curious about that court. What happened back, I guess it was around 2017 with the handle, I don't know where Vignoli fit in, but the earlier 2017 plans that should, oh, you're shaking your head. But you don't know about, I was curious.
It was an office building at that
Yeah.
point.
No, it was converting to residential.
No,
Oh, okay, well, at some point, I mean, or then every news item I read was wrong, but there was an
Yeah.
earlier conversion to 107 units.
so there was a consideration, but ultimately the team that bought it was gonna,
Yeah.
convert it to commercial, or
Share that,
upgrade it
whatever
to
page you wish to
commercial.
start off.
It was never gonna be a residential project.
Oh,
There were just some proposals. Yes, there's been a lot in the press, but that's been incorrect.
so the real deal articles and all that is
Yeah, it wasn't, yeah.
pre-hallucinating.
If you
Yeah.
look, there was a permit for a commercial building. That's all it's ever been.
I guess my question wasn't sort of a gotcha question. I just was curious that in those earlier attempts, I think there were two, there was no discussion of the need for a courtyard for lighting there. And that always interested me as to this scheme, which has quite a considerable.
I can't speak to the proposals that were residential, but the developer who ultimately bought the project was doing a commercial building, and there's no need for light there for the commercial building.
Okay, let's, one more try. In 2019, Vignoli, and we all know,
Yeah.
and I think it was Handel were the other architects, they did a project that was, when he did the facade work, it was residential, wasn't it? That was a residential
No.
project.
Vignoli was the commercial.
That was entirely commercial, so everything that I read, I
Yeah,
guess.
and had a proposal for residential.
Right.
It just never got built. They
Okay.
could never pencil it out.
I guess for the record, what I have read was that there was some residential conversion in those years, and it did not indicate a need for this court, which makes it interesting to me. And I was just curious, was there something there that already had identified the court as necessary? But anyway, it sounds like that's somewhat
Yeah,
not
I think
being
in the,
entertained here.
I was able to see the handheld drawings, and they did indicate a potential for it at the time.
So let's,
Okay, so,
let's wait for
Okay.
George to go through
Thank
his
you.
findings and then we can ask question. And it's, depends on the architect and what they want to propose. So
That's right.
many ways to skin the cat.
yeah, I just was curious as a
So-
clear skin. Yep.
George, you
thanks.
wanna come up? here?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it would be better if you came a little bit closer, watch out that you don't pull your laptop out of
I
the wall.
will.
Having done that before.
Okay, great. So this first slide, I just want to talk a little bit about the zoning on the site, because it was rezoned. The site was rezoned in 2000, I'm sorry, in 1995, to a C62A. And that has a 125-foot height limit right now, 145 with affordable housing. And, you know, the community board supported that rezoning. It was all part of the Tribeca rezoning. And the CPC approved it, and they wrote that, you know, essentially a big downzoning for this area. Now, this was a C64 tower district, which was rezoned to a contextual district. And the C64 was left across the street and elsewhere. And then there was the C64A, which was further east. But there was a decision made here to make this block and a couple of around it to be C62A. And I guess, you know, my question to the applicant team is, does this fit into that idea at all? Because it's essentially, the building there is much bigger than what the zoning would allow. And it was there at the time. And the community board downzoned it to be smaller than that. And now the building that you're proposing is bigger. And I just, you know, how do you, is there anything to say to that regarding what the existing zoning is now and the decisions that this community board supported at the time?
Yeah, so, was that actually a question?
Yeah, no, it is. It's a question.
It's a real question.
I'm happy to answer it. So understood that it was rezoned in 1995, but part of the city's goals and what their public policy is to reutilize, to take these old office buildings that are already part of the fabric of the city
Mhm.
and to reutilize them as residential conversion without this additional height. It's really only a modest change. This conversion would not be feasible. We wouldn't get these residential units, which is part of the goal and policy of the city. And people always want to see more underutilized office buildings being converted to residential. And so that's what we're trying to do here. While we are in a district, we are right next to the height limited district. We are right next to a C64 district that does not have a height limitation. We're not proposing to have a 800-foot tower, right? Just a 25% increase, about 50 feet. So that's how we sort of fit in by one, being close to other big buildings, including right across the street from one, and two, in service of the goal of creating more housing.
I want to ask, the goals of the city as they sold to the public was to create housing and to focus on affordable housing. Will any of the units in this building be a part of affordable housing?
This is not an affordable housing project. This is a market rate project. Given the unique neighborhood and the challenges in converting this type of a unit, this type of building to residential, it just does not, it's not feasible to include affordable housing here. Although, of course, as David mentioned, we are happy to talk to the community board and council member regarding how to.
I think for us, having seen the Water Street project, which was immense and needed more light and air, they found a way to do affordable housing through their renovation and change with major financial impacts and changes. So I'm surprised to hear you say that, because we are hearing in other commercial conversions, no matter where they are in our district, that they are possible. So I'm curious to understand a little bit of that metrics. And I just want to note that, yes, you are next to the taller zoning on one side of your building. And on the other side, you are still part of the historic district. You abut both. This is a unique location, but it's not just near the zoned area that's larger. It's also on the other side, next to the zoned area that's the historic district.
No, absolutely. And that's one of the reasons that Stephen Harris, he focused so much on, and the design team focused so much on the historic character of the neighborhood to really complement it as opposed to other buildings in the area. In terms of the affordable housing, the many times when affordable housing is provided in these types of conversion projects, they're providing being granted really generous tax subsidies from the state. The ones that were to be available here just don't work. They just don't pencil out. So it's a unique condition that doesn't work for other projects. That works for other projects, but not here.
And then, I'm surprised again, and then,
Can you explain why it
Yeah.
doesn't work here?
Just you.
There's just not any, from what we are aware of, there's no tax abatement program that we could qualify for this area.
467M, like that's okay?
But it's not a rental building. It's
Okay, because of your program, you don't qualify for it. Okay,
because it's condos.
right. So if it were a rental building, it would qualify. Theoretically.
Qualify,
Yeah.
but we did look at multiple versions. We looked at a rental version that we were trying to take advantage of 467M. And due to the costs of this particular building, and how we would do it, and some of the other mitigating factors, it wasn't feasible for us to pursue that route.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
then my last question is about the height.
Yeah.
You keep using 260. I could have sworn I saw, based on where that top modern glass structure is, and then the utilities, what's the total height on the building?
David,
414.
do you know
I believe
it uses
304.
I thought it was 314.
I think it can go up to 314, but we're not using all the.
308.
Yeah, 314
of the documents
is
that were
ex-
submitted.
is extremely different than.
Three-
365. Yeah.
Can you walk us? through
314, I think, was studied in the EAS, just because that's what's permitted
Permitted.
under the zoning resolution, so we had to look at the total negative, the total potential impacts, but the plan is not.
So the 260 that you're mentioning is to the top of the utilities, the very, very top. There's nothing above that.
No.
No, there are utilities.
Then Joan, what were you?
This page on the west, 261 to main roof level, and then we'll have permitted obstructions above that. for example.
Just
How high?
usually March
So
30 feet.
we were permitted to be up to 55 feet, and that was studied in the shadow studies, but we're trending now closer to the lower 40s in the actual design.
So 300 to 305, 310.
Yeah.
Sorry, George.
There were certificate of occupancy that they had and the square footages.
So can you scroll to the next, like, let's pass this, next. We can skip this for now. Skip this for now. Next one. There, okay, all right, so the application, one of the things I noted was there's not a ton of information about the existing building in the application. But there were some filings at DOB for the ZRD ones, which gives us a little information. There's also information on the certificate of occupancy, right? So the certificate of occupancy calls this building 15 stories and 180 feet. And you call this building 209, this drawing here calls it 207, to the top of the penthouse. And apparently the penthouse is occupiable space. And considering that the difference between the main roof and the penthouse height is critical to how tall this building is, can you review what's going on with that penthouse? Why isn't it in the certificate of occupancy? And why are we using that as the height of the building as opposed to the main roof?
The top of the penthouse is occupiable space. I'm not sure why it's not in the certificate of occupancy, an old CFO. But it is the top of the building, and so that is what we are basing the zoning on.
So the top of the current or
Top of the existing building.
you're considering that as the top of the building, right? And you're going,
Yes, so the 25% is measured from the top of the bulkhead
Of the
of the
tent.
existing.
of the penthouse. Yes, right. Do you know if that was built as a bulkhead, like a mechanical bulkhead, and then converted into occupiable space at some point?
I'm not aware of that, the granular.
Do you know?
The record as having been occupied, and that's the basis for it.
Even though there's no certificate of occupancy for occupancy of that space. But they never modified the certificate of occupancy to allow for occupancy of that space.
I don't know that there's been recent on, but filings at the DOB, which was pointed out that there was occupancy at one time.
Yeah, the ZRD one shows pictures of those, of the interiors of those.
A little louder. I apologize. on the
Sorry.
side, because people online can't hear you quite
I was
clearly.
saying that the filings at the DOB have been made, which show it as 209, that's been accepted by DOB as having been occupied at that level. 17 story.
But no C of O change.
No.
What slides would you like next?
Okay. There are some differences between the height of the building, between the previous filings and this one, just
I
not
can-
material,
I can
but
talk to
like,
that. The way that it was measured based on the flood elevation
oh, base plate.
was,
Okay, yep.
was
yep.
amended. Doesn't
Okay.
change the.
That's a very good answer. Okay, so go back one, actually, just for two, I'm sorry, to the, yeah, here, stop here. Okay, so this is more for the committee members who may have been here during the City of Yes discussions, because I think you might be surprised at this application because this section of the zoning text did not read like this when you reviewed it. All right, this section of the zoning text was changed by the City Planning Commission after the community boards reviewed this and provided their comments. In fact, the way they do these things, I didn't even realize this thing had changed until I saw this application. But essentially what you reviewed was where the maximum building height limitations apply, the proposed height modifications shall not result in an increase that exceeds 25% of the maximum building height. All right, and it was changed to that very same thing, or the height of the existing building, whichever is greater. So that clause and bolded and underlined at the end there was added to this. And I would interpret the first part as saying 25% of 125 feet. The second part adds to this as being 25% of the building height. I don't know how that happened. Maybe you all know.
That's probably a city planning question that we should.
Yeah, well, right, okay. Anyway, so this change was material, and so I know this board specifically spent a lot of time on City of Yes and these changes. I know this section was discussed, because I know I discussed it during your meeting. And it changed afterwards. It had changed afterwards to really benefit this building. You can comment on that if you want, but it's not a question. Okay, next. Okay, we went through this. Okay, so this is a description. Go back. Okay, there it is.
There, sorry.
Next one.
Next.
Thank you. Sorry, it zooms pretty quick.
All right, so this is a discretionary action, right? So what does that mean? That means that this is not as of right. There's no right to do this, right? So there must be an environmental assessment, and it's in there. And as the applicant has said, it studies the reasonable worst case, which is mechanicals all the way up to the permitted height. And it does show some, examines the impacts. It shows some shadow impacts. There's a fairly big shadow impact on Finn Square in the mornings, in the spring and the fall. And then there are E-designations that will be maps. Should this go forward for hazardous materials, air quality and noise? The hazardous materials, it's has to do with the current use of the building and the fact that it's being reused. And while there are potentials for adverse hazardous materials impacts, the required actions are going to mitigate those impacts. So there is a lot of information on the EAS in there, which I encourage you to take a look at. Next.
I'm going slow, I promise. There.
Okay, so to grant the waivers, the City Planning Commission has to make findings, and here are their findings. 1, the configuration of the existing building, proximity to other buildings and other site plans create practical difficulties that would adversely affect the configuration of residences or the building site plan. Number 2, for enlargements where applicable, the proposed modifications will not unduly obstruct access to light and air to adjoining properties or streets. And number 2, the proposed scale and placement relates harmoniously with the surrounding area. And 3, the requested modification is the least amount necessary to relieve such practical difficulties. Next. Okay, so the application that you got has proposed findings in them for the City Planning Commission. And in the first one, it says, regarding the first one, is that the change allows for legal windows in the rear, right? So that no rear-facing legal windows, is essentially not having legal-facing windows in the rear is a practical difficulty. And if you're doing a standard building with that's not an interim multiple dwelling or something like that, what they're saying is true. For enlargements, okay, this is not an enlargement. This is not, I see those eyes. This is not an enlargement, and that's a definitional issue, because enlargements are when you add zoning floor area. And so in this case, what they're doing is they're carving out the court, right? So they're essentially removing that zoning floor area, putting it on the top. And then they're adding another roughly 5 times the amount of that in deductions, like mechanicals and what we used to call quality housing deductions, other deductions. And so it's a bigger building. It has a lot more gross floor area, but it doesn't have any more zoning floor area. And that's essentially how we've changed the definition of zoning floor area. And number 3, the requested modification is the least amount necessary to relieve such practical difficulties. And so to use all the floor area available to the developer they must add to the roof, right? That's the argument here.
How much square footage are you taking out for the courtyard to make this?
Oh, 14,000.
How much are you adding on top of the building?
About 60,000 square feet.
So you're taking out 14, adding 60,000.
No. 46,000.
46,000.
Those are the deductions plus another whatever 10 or 14 from the court.
So if you add only the 14 that you take out for the court, how many floors is that going to be on top of the existing?
We haven't studied exactly how many floors would be from the court. It's true that this building is utilizing floor area deductions throughout the building. Every other conversion project in the city, every new development in the city uses zoning floor area deductions. If we were not able, if this building was converted to residential use, but not able to utilize those deductions, it would be essentially be penalized for converting to residential and providing more housing. And so in order to be to utilize the deductions that are in some cases required, in other cases encouraged by the city, we need to be able to locate those deductions other places.
So what are the floor to floor heights in the upper floors?
The addition is 12'8".
12'8". Okay,
Floor to floor.
floor to floor. So
What's clear? Floor to floor.
floor to floor.
And what is it in existing building?
The existing structure is 11'9" floor heights.
So you're expanding the floor to floor heights in the upper floors. Is that, and you're saying that that's the requested modification is the least amount necessary to relieve such practical difficulties.
Right. They're a little bit bigger, but it's yeah.
Oh, is that the least amount necessary?
So.
How does that meet those
He just
those
said
words?
It's not the least. He said it's a little bigger.
Okay.
The zoning requires that the height that's being added is related to what's being carved out of the court, and these deductions that we're taking. Floors are a little bit taller, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's not necessary to accomplish.
Okay. Next.
So
Okay.
one point to make on the extra floor height,
Yeah.
we're utilizing it for the mechanical systems to be concealed in the ceilings. On the lower floors where it's the 11'9" floor height, we're forced to use what's called a low boy heating and ventilation system. And it's a nicer version of the PTAP, right?
Yep.
Smaller windows. And so what we're doing is we're taking the opportunity to provide more glazing and put ceiling concealed mechanical systems. So that's really the only reason why the extra height is provided at the edge.
Thank you for that. That's a reason.
So before we move on, I have one more question about this court. The court that you're providing, is it compliant? You're taking a non-compliant and making it a compliant?
It's going to comply with with what's allowed under the multiple dwelling law and Article 1, Chapter 5.
So it is a compliant court for legal light and.
It will be compliant for legal aid.
Okay. One thing I noted when I was going through the environmental assessment is that, you know, the land use and public policy section, you have to show consistency with plans, the city's plans. And there was one that I noted that was missing, and it's one that we adopted in October 2025. And that is where we live, the city's fair housing plan. that was adopted in October 2025. It is now official city policy. And Community District 1 is what is called a limited affordability area. And this application does not include any affordable housing. Now, according to the Where We Live plan, is that we want to focus land use actions on affordable housing in limited affordability areas. And your district, along with 2 and 6 and 8 in Manhattan, are limited affordabilities area. So this is an entirely discretionary action. The City Planning Commission could simply just reject the application because it has no affordable housing in it, because it is a limited affordability area. And unless the city starts actually applying these plans, these policies that come into play, like Where We Live, they're not worth anything. So anyway, it would be interesting to have seen how you would shown this project is consistent with Where We Live, but it's not in your environmental assessment. And it should have been.
City planning determines which public policies are analyzed. And that's not allowed. So,
I'm sorry, I can barely hear you.
sorry.
City planning didn't told them not to.
City planning identifies to the applicant which public policy needs to be analyzed in the land use and public policy section of the EAS. And this was not identified for us. To our knowledge, is not identified in other slides.
So was that determination made when you presented plans to be all condo? Or was that in the initial planning phases where you were determining?
That decision was made in concert with EARB, which is the environmental unit. City planning determines what exactly needs to be started.
Do you know when that happened?
Identified which public policies it is not included.
There might have been a timing issue.
For us,
Yeah.
we're in March.
Yep.
See that what's back from city planning. This is above most people's heads to understand. What not understand.
So
From city planning, who explains what's going on. right?
We do have it.
Oh,
We,
okay.
project.
Okay, but they don't come anymore?
no.
No, they don't come anymore. They used to come every time. Yes or no? They don't
The
come.
way the rules have
You
changed.
get them to come.
Yeah.
This is way above most people's heads. I'm an architect and like,
But-
and thank you, thank you, but it's true. City plan should be.
City
I was
planning,
gonna say that.
city planning needs to be the ones to explain
Yes.
why city planning chose in the EAS not to
Exactly.
require them to take a look at Where We Live,
Right.
like what the difference was.
It should be invited.
Please.
Can I, just one question, when city planning made that decision, was it under this administration or the previous one?
Gentlemen,
They would have been made in the prior administration. Also, I don't want to imply that there was a decision that was communicated to us about this specific public policy. I'm saying that the public policies that we were asked to address did not include
and was that during
during the Adams administration.
what quarter? I mean, I know, and that sounds insane to say,
I
but in Q4, this went into policy.
Yeah.
So I'm searching to understand when you filed your EAS, was it before Q4?
2025, yes.
Okay.
these things take time. I get it. It would have been before. But here's the thing,
You do?
Yeah.
Finish your.
so, yeah, okay. There's an art in terms of when you fold these things in, but this is important, right? And this is important. I've worked with this community board enough to know that affordability and affordable housing is really important to this community board. And the fact that you have an application in front of you that is entirely discretionary, that the CPC can say no to, and that you are hearing this right now, and it has no affordable housing.
No, I completely understand, but we have the applicant and the application to review the bulk of it
Yep.
and what they're asking for. What they're providing
Yep.
is a path that was provided to them by city planning to move forward,
Absolutely,
right?
I understand.
So we should with that constraint, we should review their
Let's go around the
application.
room and they're both online.
I have some questions. Number one was, can you please define suboptimal for the conversion?
Yeah, David, so,
Well, areas that are beyond 35 feet from a window are not available for habitable space. So they could be occupiable space, basically kitchens, bathrooms, closets. But we already have a zone of those within 35 feet of the window, so it's just less ideal than that, I guess. You could
So it's legally utilizable space, but it doesn't have a window, so it's restricted use. You can't have
Exactly
bedrooms
how I
and
would,
living
think that-
rooms and things
I
like
guess
that.
you could say that.
Doesn't it also depend on how you
Design.
lay out the
Yeah.
plans?
Yes.
Yes. It's a design choice you've made.
Oh, not so much. I mean, there's a 30-foot restriction on how far back from a window you can have habitable space.
So you don't need,
Anything beyond that is gonna be,
Yeah.
you know, at best home offices,
Right. And is the light well that,
some of that space, and we already do, and we're using it. But to have too much of that in relation to the habitable space makes for a not very suitable.
and is the light well that's being proposed, the bare minimum required for legal light and air, or is it beyond that requirement?
Well, it's an unusual shape, so we have it subdivided into two separate components, and I think each one of those, it's probably a little more square footage than you would absolutely have to have under Article 1, Chapter 5, but because of the way the columns and so on are arranged in the building, those were logical chunks of space to cut out. I don't think there's an absolute magical minimum to that space other than that.
Amy?
You know,
Are you done, Rosa?
No. What is the plan for refuse storage and removal on the ground floor, or what are the impacts of that?
there's a trash compactor room in the cellar, so all the trash will be compacted and then will be laid out on Leonard Street.
So it's being taken out to the street and kept there.
Hello?
Yeah, hey,
Yeah,
Joe,
we hear you.
how you
No,
doing?
no,
Don't worry, I
it's
got
my
you.
other,
There are
it's
lots
my
of people I
other
know.
phone.
And then, I was curious if the current ownership, how long ownership has been in place?
The current ownership
Yeah.
since 2024.
I see, so it's a recent purchase. Okay. Okay, thank you.
thanks, Rosa. For the services and trash pickup drop off, is it from the same curb cut on Leonard that you're proposing to have the parking access?
We're not gonna put the trash on the curb cut, it'll be.
Got it. Vicky? Oops, sorry, Rich.
Yes.
We'll go in
Thank
and out.
you. Am I next?
Yes,
Vicky, go.
Well, I want to start by saying that I think this is a very handsome building you proposed, two great firms. And I want to recognize that the proposed design is very good. What I want to obviously object about is the lack of affordability. The implied advantage of this city of yes and the spirit of it was that all new development would provide some affordability. The last thing our area needs is more affordable housing. You know that. And your hardship is now being imposed on us by saying you have to do the following things in plan in order to make these units habitable. We understand both sides, the financial and the restraints that gives you. So I'm thinking if you're not willing to give us some affordable units, then it would be very desired and appreciated if you gave us some subsidies, a gift back to the community, a park, something that we can all enjoy while you crowd the neighborhood even more with units we cannot sustain. Regular folks cannot sustain living here. So are you willing to do that for us? Can you give us something back as a community if you're not going to give us affordable units?
Yeah, I think, as David said, we've already engaged with the Councilman Marte about how we can give back to the community, and we will definitely be committing some sort of, program to, whether it's Barnett Newman or some other consideration, but yes. the
We would like some
developer-
public space.
Yeah, that's what we are been told, and we're trying to focus on that. So we will, be having those discussions. It's already being scheduled.
Great.
Okay, and I'll tell you now, we will hold you accountable to this, and we will demand that these discussions be memorialized in writing so that later on, God forbid you run out of money, we're stuck without a public, a subsidy that is so badly needed down here in order to sustain a reasonable quality of life. So please note, we will demand that this be done in writing with accountability all the way to the end of this project if you're not going to give us affordability, which is so badly needed. Thank you.
I understand, and yes, we're committed to doing that. We have to craft what
We
it
will
is.
hold you accountable, unlike the
Okay,
city
all
of
right,
Yes.
you got-
We will do it. Thank you.
I thought we were doing.
That's Laura.
Laura?
Hi,
You're
I wanted to second, it is a gorgeous building. I don't understand why the building's amenity space is on the street level when there should be retail there to create a continuous, vibrant pedestrian experience. I think I know why it's there, because why put it up on a higher floor and take away residential units for the common space, but actually, the typical thing would be to put the amenity space on one of the building setback floors and also have an outdoor amenity terrace common for the building that would also help alleviate the pressure on some of the neighborhood's public spaces. So I just wanted to throw that out there, that I think it's not ideal. It's not cool to take up our community, what should be public, retail space available for all of us with a privatized space.
Great, thank you, Laura. Richard.
Yeah, first of all, just in case you didn't realize it, we are gonna hold you accountable. Sure. And I also, I'm a very long time Tribecan, and I live right across the street from the Pizzini Building, and I appreciate the references that you made, the architectural references, and I echo that the building really is consistent, coherent with the neighborhood, which is appreciated very much. I echo what Laura was just saying about the ground floor. We really would, obviously, we want to get a vitality on the streetscape, and the more retail space we can have there, the better it would be. So I echo that appeal. I'm curious about the price targets of the apartments, the average and the range that you're seeking here. What are we looking at in terms of the people coming into our neighborhood?
Well,
Or people being able to come into our neighborhood, let me put it to you that way.
the final price targets haven't been finalized. I'm not going to be able to speak to it in this meeting, but it is a Tribeca neighborhood. It's a high-end luxury residential building, is what I could say. You have a high-end luxury residential building across the street. I think there's plenty of comps in the neighborhood, but that's what we're building. I can't give you a range today.
Okay.
How about the unit sizes? Are they studios, 1 bedroom, 2 bedrooms?
Yeah,
Range.
these are going to be, we have some 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms, 4 bedrooms, and even 5 bedrooms. So they're larger, meant for families
Got
for
it.
the most part.
That's good to know.
Like we're targeting families.
No small, no studio or
No,
one,
no studio.
but 1 bedroom or no?
No.
Two,
I have a couple of questions. So I'm gonna harp back on the retail. So the retail is what provides quality of life and vibrancy to any neighborhood. I challenge you that we don't need more luxury car parking inside your building. You have parking on 3 floors. You have the basement, the main floor, and the mezzanine. And yet what should be something that sheds light into the public and engages with the public is the retail, street level retail. And it's a small portion of your exterior footprint, a very small portion. I can't understand why, much like Laura has said and Richard has said and many others, why you can't manage to figure out where the amenity for the building, whether it's a gym or whatever it will be, needs to be at street level versus on any one of your mezzanines or anywhere else above ground level. So we could have a full street on Church, because that's the only place that you have retail. One is the backside of the building on Leonard, which will have the garage and your refuse. And the other side is the entryway with your beautiful art. So the only part for the public to engage with your building, other than looking on the outside, is the retail opportunity. So I encourage you on that alone to make the entire side of Church commercial, retail available. I mean, like, there's nothing about that that makes any sense to me. Right? We want to see vibrancy in the neighborhood. And it looked from the drawings that only the small portion of retail is where the public can engage. It's actually less than 50% of that whole side of the street.
So, as you noted, it's almost 50% of the street frontage on Church Street will be retail. It's currently
Less than 50%.
the less than 50 is, it's, I think, something like 48%, something like that. I think the amount that's not retail is a permitted exception to it in the zoning code. The zoning requires a maximum, a minimum amount of retail on a street frontage like this. And we are very excited to turn this from a really ugly, nondescript wall with no windows at all that you could see through. It's really actually quite tall, to a very vibrant street frontage. Almost half of it will be retail, as you noted. The other half, we worked very hard to make it an engaging front where people can look inside, people can see what's happening. It's not just going to be a blank wall. It's not going to be nothing.
There is one other thing that no one's talked about, and that is that Church Street is not level. The sidewalk there's a difference of 4 feet between the Leonard Street side and the Franklin Street side. The ground floor of the northern half of the building is significantly higher than the street.
I have seen the beautiful designs that they have. I have zero doubt in my mind that they could figure out a way to figure that out. I mean, the ridiculousness of the details of what they put in their design shows how thoughtful and considerate and squeezing every square inch out that they're looking to get. So my last question comes, I appreciate the thought and I understand that, but for the same reasons, we've seen applications further up on West Broadway, which put ramps and other things in places to accommodate a greater level of retail access. So I hear you, but we've seen it done in other parts of Tribeca, so we know it's possible. And then my question becomes, yes, I am thrilled to hear that you're gonna definitely do something and that you're gonna help out a local park. I would say new space, getting things up and going from our perspective is what we focus on right now. If you wanna like kind of think of the conversations, if you hear anybody on Community Board 1, we fight for repair and maintenance, yes, but we want more new space because when you're adding thousands of units in a district without new open space, you're basically not providing enough space and you're kind of removing from the public realm. I understand this was a commercial building. I understand that most of the people there are never going to be sitting in a public park because they have all their space upstairs. I understand all that, but really, maybe, but I mean, 50% of Church being privatized and kind of sticks with me. And I really question, well, you've already said to us, it's not least, it's close to least. Least amount needed.
We're complying with the city regulation that requires just about 50% to be retail. So we understand your comment and we're going to take it into consideration.
Yeah, I mean, the building's beautiful, but let's have the public there.
Great, Jesse.
And then David and the public attendees.
Jesse.
Am I Jesse?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I want to just echo what a lot of people have said. I mean, obviously, we want to see more affordable housing. We want to see more rental housing too. But that said, you know, any housing, I think, is good housing. And especially with how difficult it is, we know to run a small business in our neighborhood, the addition of any more customers is, I think, the best possible thing that we can do in an area that actually is leading the city in storefront vacancies. But I do have just a couple questions here. First of all, I've heard a lot about City of Yes. I might have missed this. Can someone just explain to me how City of Yes affected this? Whether that's George or someone
Take it
else.
away. Absolutely, Jess.
Sure. This is a brand new city planning authorization that was put into effect from the City of Yes. This would not have been possible as it is designed now without the City of Yes.
But why is that? I'm just, which part of, yeah, because it's not.
There's City of Yes is a series of zoning text amendments that was in part to aim to make the city more sustainable, with carbon neutrality, make it easier to start and run a business, economic opportunity, and provide more housing, make it easier to build housing opportunity. I think we've all seen those New York Times articles of how hard it is to convert old buildings just because of the challenges that they naturally have from office to residential, although everybody keeps saying, for good reason, why do we have all these empty office buildings? We should convert them to residential. So this action was enacted specifically to help old buildings like ours become feasible projects to be converted to residential.
But that is
Okay,
absolutely true. Yeah.
So this was one of the, go ahead.
Let me explain some of the specifics. Is that this could have been converted into housing before City of Yes, but what City of Yes does, it allows it to add the floors to the top. And so it's able to recapture all of its floor area and then also use additional bonuses or not, exemptions is the better word for floor area to essentially add the 4 or 6 stories, however you want to count it, to the top of the building. That's what City of Yes did.
I would like to add one more thing to that, which is that when city planning presented the City of Yes to us for housing, we argued very strongly that any commercial to residential conversion should include a requirement for affordable housing. Unfortunately, that was not accepted by city planning, and we would have a very different building today if Community Board 1's resolution had been accepted.
Yeah, I have one more, and I don't want to go back and argue about City of Yes, but you know, we can't require every private development to have affordable housing, or we'd have the Supreme Court overturning it. But in terms of mandatory inclusionary housing, why is this application not triggering MIH?
MIH is a program that is usually mapped when you have an upzoning. So if you go from a zone that's allowed 10,000 square or 100,000 square feet, you go to 200,000 square feet. The city has a policy to make that an MIH zone. We are not getting any additional zoning square footage here. It's staying exactly the same. So no MIH was mapped.
And is that because of all the offsets that you're doing here?
In terms of what in terms of the offsets?
Is the reason why you're not necessarily adding because you've measured from the DOB, not the COI, in terms of height of the building. And with the voids that you have with the new air means that you're not adding above the square footage based on those two things.
It's based that we're not adding new square footage because of the court that needs to be carved out for the light and air and for the zoning.
More of a relocation.
I will also add that this building is proposed at over 14 FAR. It's unclear how it would be upzoned from here.
Okay. My last question is about the parking, and apologies if I missed this, but what's the justification for including any parking here at all? I mean, we are possibly in the most transit-rich part of the world. What's the need for bringing in more cars?
This is a very small 15 spot parking facility. There was a traffic study done to see if it would impact traffic and or cause any problems, and it didn't. These are a lot of family size, they're all family sized units, which we assume would be young children. And some of those families want cars to be able to bring their children.
Is 15 spots equals to 15 cars, or 15 spots is more than 15 cars?
It's 15 cars,
15 cars.
yes.
They're
Yeah,
not
I
the
mean,
stacked-
I get it. I just want to say, like, one of the big parts of City of Yes was getting rid of those parking mandates citywide. We didn't have parking mandates here, obviously, to begin with, but for Lower Manhattan to be asking for changes to allow parking while we had to fight so hard to get parts of Eastern Queens and Southern Brooklyn to get rid of it, I think is really unfortunate. So I it's probably too far along, but I hope you would reconsider that. But thank you for everything else.
Thank you for the
Be a
comment.
great place
Can I
for their
respond?
amenities.
And just to be clear, that this is an authorization, a CPC authorization to add parking to an existing building. This is discretionary. And it is not something that they can do as of right.
Just to clarify, that parking is allowed in Manhattan as of right. It's not prohibited. In existing buildings, you need, in order to add parking that doesn't already have it, you do need this authorization. So so a new development can add parking. For this conversion of the parking.
That's true.
We had, we had David Glovin.
Glovin. David, I saw you put your hand back down and I appreciate your patience. You were in the attendee section. If you wanted to speak, please raise your hand back. Yep. He may have dropped.
As we're reading, Rosa.
Okay, thank you. I noticed that you have a large shadow cast on Finn Square, and I also noticed that Barnett Newman Triangle is directly across the street. So if you are asking for us to write a resolution in support, it's really awesome that you're saying that you are going to commit to negotiating some sort of community benefit with a council member, but right now you're here with us and you're asking us for something. So I would like to know, what are you committing to either or both of those public spaces, which are actually spaces that we, the community, get to enjoy?
Well, there'll be obviously a financial contribution. We've studied more Barnett Newman than, sorry, the other.
Finn.
Right.
Yeah.
But we'll look at both of them. We are, going to engage with the councilman and try to figure out what's the best solution for the community. And, obviously we'll take your input as well. And like I said, and it's been very clear, we're going to commit to it in writing. I just don't know the extent of it, and we need to figure out exactly.
But you're coming here asking us for something and we don't know what you are going to give us in return. And you're essentially saying, trust us, something will be there. So I would like to have some sense of what that something will be so that we understand the value of what we are exchanging essentially for what you are allowed. And recognizing, of course, that the legal light and air that you're creating out of the larger light well is really taking away from your least valuable square footage. And you are, of course, creating the most valuable square footage at the top of the building, which has open views, and creates more ability for you to have residential down below that has market value. I understand that all of these conversions cost an insane amount of money, that retrofitting a building and converting to residential is a significant financial commitment. We would just like to know that, given the effects in our community, that there is a benefit that we can enjoy as well, as you are hearing from every single one of our community board members.
Like I said, we'll definitely commit in writing. I represent a partnership, so
Understood.
I can't just randomly say, this is what we're going to do. But I will promise you that we can open a line of communication, whether it's, to yourself or the community board directly. Maybe David can facilitate it for us, and we will have, whether you want a weekly update or as soon as we have the plan, we can have a separate meeting with you. Like we're willing to engage and be as transparent in the process as possible. And we want to we are going to be your neighbor, right? So we want to
Correct.
contribute to the neighborhood too. It
Right.
only benefits us if the neighborhood is more attractive, has more green space and more open spaces.
Yeah.
So we definitely want to do that. You know, I apologize that I can't give you specifics, but, you know, we were focused on this presentation rather than necessarily what we're going to do for the parks or the open space in the community.
You are here every month,
Yeah, so
so
I would say that most likely that your design team was very focused on the presentation and because this is a land use, I didn't really want to comment on the design, but I have to agree that the design is very contextual and excellent, and I applaud the work. I think your job is probably to figure out all the numbers and make the math work and make sure that this is penciling out. So you must have an idea of what contribution you are planning to, at least in a broad range of what you are thinking about to deliver as a community benefit for these two or one of the two open spaces. And we would love to, I mean, I'm assuming you're not in the CAD, file and the rendering file doing all of that.
If I'm correct, this application is going to come back to the community board, to the full board on March 24th. And I think we're going to work by then to have something that you.
I would love to have a number by then.
Absolutely.
And if there isn't a number by then I think that the architects are doing a great job, but maybe you are not. So we would love to see a number.
Understand.
Nothing personal, but no, but if your job is the numbers, then you should have a number, right?
And it's not me personally, I represent about, a partnership of 3 different groups that I need to, I just can't randomly say.
But we'll have something for you by then.
To your point, we have some idea.
I'm sure you do. I would just love that. to be fair.
I pride myself in my job, I
Yes.
don't feel approved later on.
Okay.
So we need to do a resolution for the board
May
members.
I add a comment, Tammy, at this point? Please.
Yes, we're
Very
trying to get
important.
to forming a
No, I know.
resolution.
This is an important moment. I want to state that as a point of fact, the developer is here now, and only until they sell a certain amount of units, then those people who own the building become responsible for the building. We need the developer to make these arrangements, promises, and sign documents now while you still are responsible for this project before you sell it out. Please know that we're aware of this fact. Thank you.
That's understood.
Yeah, we have had, not so lovely experiences with promises made by developers that disappeared once units are sold. So whatever conversations of financial and numbers that you're working, know that the developer would be responsible for it, period. I mean, how you work with whoever you sell to, if you decide to do something in perpetuity, that is up to you guys. But we know that the base root of what we're asking for needs to come and not be contingent on that.
So it could be an upfront endowment that goes to both or one or both of those public spaces, or it could be something that's written and memorialized in the offering plan that commits to a specific percentage of common charges in perpetuity for both or one of those public spaces. But we would love to see, I mean, frankly, for me, it's hard to board on a resolution without knowing if it's like $100 or $100,000 or $100 million. I mean, obviously it's not $100
We
million.
can vote because that is our ask. But it is not necessarily the actions that are in front of the board. It is one of the asks that we definitely can make. But we also need to do a resolution on the actions in front of the board. We can do that as a separate resolution if we wanted, if the committee feels that way, right?
I'd
We
like to
really
just
need to
tie
get
it
the
so it's all
details for the
contingent.
actions of what we're gonna do.
I would like it so it's in one resolution, so approval is contingent on whatever is negotiated with the developer.
Gotcha. So,
All the question.
well, we need to make sure we know what's the idea.
What's in, what's,
Question the idea,
Yeah,
okay,
So-
then let's get to work.
okay,
Netta,
Yes.
take it away.
I second.
There you
Great,
go.
let's make
Done.
sure we know what we're
Okay.
voting.
Yes.
Oh,
Why?
sorry.
I think so,
I think we have
because there's
some public,
nothing.
Do we have,
Do we have public testimony?
I have
Hands up?
not seen anybody's hands up.
Anybody signed in?
Oh, sir, hi.
Remember to sign in.
Please come
I didn't.
to the table, announce your name,
Yeah, on
and
this application.
there we go.
Hey, hello, my name is Mateo Colon. I represent the New York Building Congress. I'm here on behalf of our president and CEO, Carlos Shasura. We represent more than 500 organizations and 250,000 skilled professionals and tradespeople who design, build, and maintain the infrastructure of New York and beyond. And we appreciate the opportunity to testify in support of this proposed redevelopment. This proposal represents exactly the kind of smart, forward-looking project that we need across the city right now. This building's been vacant for nearly a decade. Rather than allowing an underutilized office space to contribute nothing to the area, Skylight Real Estate, Cannon Hill, and TPG are proposing to build 72 new residential units, adding meaningful housing supply to the heart of Lower Manhattan. At a time when the city faces a severe housing shortage, every responsibly designed and appropriately located housing project matters. This redevelopment aligns squarely with the city's broader goal of increasing housing production to address the ongoing crisis. Importantly, it utilizes the City of Yes for Housing opportunity to facilitate office to residential conversion, demonstrating how recent zoning reforms can deliver tangible results. Beyond the addition of 72 new homes, the project brings clear benefits to the surrounding community. New residents will activate the area day and night, supporting local retailers, and restaurants, and small businesses. The proposal also introduces active ground floor uses that enhance the pedestrian experience and improve the streetscape, representing a significant upgrade over the building's current vacant, partially demolished condition. The design team further strengthens this proposal. The project architects, Stephen Harris Architects and Hill West, are both based in downtown Manhattan and have deep experience working across Tribeca. Their approach represents a thoughtful and understanding of the neighborhood's architectural character. The result is a building that complements its context while breathing new life into a long dormant site. We're confident that this redevelopment will benefit the immediate neighborhood and contribute to the city's broader housing goals. For these reasons, we respectfully urge the board to support the 101 Franklin project. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you so much for that.
Anybody else?
I just have a question, couple of questions. Can you just, in our whereases, I'm not sure we have the actual facts, or maybe we do. How many units are going in the building? It is 72, okay. So we do have that, and you have all the square
Starting at
footage.
two
I just was a
bedrooms.
little
There are
bit,
no one bedrooms, no studios.
The environmental assessment says 107.
that was where I got it.
Studied
Yeah.
117 as part of the EAS. That's because you have to take into account the worst case, the highest.
But definitely it won't be 117, it'll be 72.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
the definite height of the building,
It's at 261 feet 2 inches, not including the permitted construction,
again, including the permitted.
somewhere between 300 and 300. 300, 305. I think.
You had a top floor and then the mechanicals. What is that top floor, the very modern windows that are all around with the airport like? Oh,
That's the 22nd floor penthouse. That's the highest occupied floor. And then above that is the mechanical.
thank you.
And how many floors is it? Is it one penthouse or is it four?
The penthouse is just one.
One.
Last
Bam, okay.
structure.
And the desire to have 72 units, which is much fewer than 117, is because I'm just curious why the reduction.
I don't think it was a reduction.
There wasn't a
City
real
planning has to analyze the worst, reasonable worst case, which means a higher number of units and a higher population for study purposes. It doesn't reflect the actual plan, the assumption that city planning makes technical.
But in earlier plans, we're looking at numbers that were over 100.
Yes.
That you say don't exist, but they,
Not this development.
Not this one.
not this development, but at this site
That
for a previous plan a few years before, there were discussion of
The
100.
areas of parking.
Doesn't,
I can't speak to it.
okay, all right, just curious, thanks.
And one more question about the parking. I assume the parking is only for residents of the building, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so what I'm hearing that activation of the streetscape,
Yes.
very important. Rosa, do you have anything?
Yeah, gym somewhere else and Sixth Street all retail.
Residential amenity. Let's not call it a gym if it's not gonna be. We don't know what that
Whatever.
residential amenity
That's
is.
what they said it was.
I think that we are all so far agreed that we would like some form of publicly accessible
retail
on the Church Street facade along the entire length, or as much as possible. I understand that you've got some form of egress in the center. Can you, like, I'm starting to fixate on the refuse issue, but it's such a big issue for our community and our streets. What's the route for refuse to get out of this?
If this is the driveway,
This is the service area over here.
Yeah.
this
So
area
that,
here.
that door right beside the retail is where you're going to take out your garbage?
Yes, right where you're pointing.
Yes.
Okay.
Move it that way.
And it's gonna sit on the grates? Right there, because those are all grates on the, like, street, right?
Putting the trash out is going to comply with the Department of Sanitation regulations, the DOT regulations. We're not reinventing the development.
Okay.
Was there a swimming pool in this project or something at one point? Was there a pool? There wasn't a pool, or was there? No. Was there a swimming pool? There was never a pool in this project, was there?
No, there is a swimming pool.
Oh, there is a swimming pool, okay.
Where?
in the
I,
basement.
And are you retaining
I
it?
was just curious.
Are we what?
Retaining it for an amenity?
No, they're building one.
They're building one.
You mean existing? There's no existing.
No, I asked a question, which was, we took a tour, which was wonderful many months ago, it was, I know some group of you. And I thought I remembered there was a swimming pool being added to the building, so I was just asking, is it still part of the
Yeah, it's
picture here?
a single lane pool,
It's a single, okay, just,
a lap pool essentially.
Okay, so considering that this is a vacant building
Yes.
and we want to make a usable
Yes.
space, we are for the project.
Yes.
Considering retail activation at the streetscape.
Oh, Robert Sakota has his hand up.
Which one?
A member of the public.
Okay, Robert Sakota.
Just very quickly, I also think the project is a very handsome project, as other people have said, but I'm still scratching my head about these 15 parking spots. If those were not approved, what would you otherwise utilize that space for? Thank you.
Would you?
Sure, we've studied them.
Yeah, we haven't at this point, I mean, we haven't really explored that. We are, just so you understand, it's a very limited space in that side of the building. There's not a lot of utilization for it. And also it's using an automated parking system to try to minimize the amount of space that's actually being used for it. But as I said, it's already the loading dock. The loading dock will stay regardless. There's not gonna be, I don't think, any more effect than what's already there at the existing building. But to answer the gentleman's question, we haven't really, like, the plan was to put these parking spots in from very early on in the project, and we don't have an alternative at this point.
And you have done a thorough vehicular and pedestrian traffic study.
Yeah.
For the corner, right?
Yeah. It's a very. Substate that.
No, Mr. Robin did not come back. That's right. To see.
I think he's here for one of the other projects.
Oh,
Okay.
Yeah, it's excellent project.
Okay, so.
So why don't we outline, yeah,
Yes.
With activation of street level
Yes.
and the contribution for public.
Tammy, what were you gonna
improvement.
Beyond, I question whether it's at the least. You said it's not at the least, and I think it's very tall. I think based on where it is, it's a little bit too tall, because you're looking at 307 feet. It says 260 in his diagram that shows everything, but it's not 260. It's over 300. It's that much taller. So for me, I think it's a tiny bit out of scale, but if you're talking, 260 versus 314, it's like 4 stories.
That's right. I do think.
Why do we say it adversely affects the light and air, which is one of the findings of the process? So you have to find a way to articulate your grievances as they relate to the findings. There's nothing else up for debate unless it's part of the findings.
He mentioned that the requested modification was not absolutely the least necessary, that the least practical,
Just, I want to,
close to the least.
I want to be clear, I didn't have the information, the architects clarified that that space is utilized for mechanical space. And so that wasn't necessary.
Understood. But I think since there is a question about DOB versus TOI and the height of the buildings and things like this.
By the way, I don't think, so building height is defined. If it has hashtags, it means you can find it in the glossary. And building height is not measured to the top of permitted obstruction. It's actually measured to the top of the last floor. They don't have a last floor in the C of O, but we know it's an occupiable space. So the building height of the existing building is to the top of that penthouse. That's not debatable. Does anyone want to debate that? Right. So the new building height is to what? The top of the last floor, the penthouse. So we have to, again, use the right terms to say, we don't like the height of permitted obstruction, right? We don't like that bulk added.
And I don't think that that puts it as harmonious with the surrounding area. Due to the height and bulk of the
Yeah,
permitted obstructions.
right.
That's about the enlargements. But otherwise, I think that
So the three items, retail improvement, reducing the height to the absolute minimum necessary for this to, turn out as a profitable and nice project for everyone. And the contributions for public improvements.
And-
Defined.
Right. Defined, and I think that we can make the comment that we think that there should be that the amount of cars is not necessarily pertinent in a transit-rich area, whereas we'd rather, if there was a way for them to rework the amenities, so we got the retail back versus having parking spots, that would be fantastic.
So encouraging the applicant to look at the parking.
To deny the additional parking, because that is a BSA park.
I feel like I have to just state, there's a bit of a conflict for me. I want to thank the group for the presentation. I am, in addition to being on this board, the chair of the board with friend Barnett Newman Triangle. I very much appreciate consideration of donations and whatever. I want to make that clear, but I do also want to say this, I'm going to recuse from this, but I wanted to make sure that all the work that's been done, which has been considerable, we thank George Dane so much for it and for these extraordinary presentations, is identified in this resolution. So George's comments, George's questions on the deal, a couple of questions he had that we want clarity on. I think they should be identified.
Yeah.
That was very interesting points that I think city planning will be interested in reading potentially. I also think, all the points that have been raised by each member, it should be there. So thank God we have YouTube so we could review that, but that would just be my recommendation. Again, I will recuse, but I just wanted to suggest that as a.
And I think we all thumbs up with the EAS note, not by any fault of the developer, but the timing of this project does not mention the where we live and was not included in the EAS. And I think that's an important part that we send back to city planning, that they failed to abide by the notations of what their goals for community board one are. Now, it's not the developer's fault.
So should the comments be part of this resolution or
Yes.
should it be part of
Yes.
a letter perhaps that goes to city?
It's gotta go in.
Okay.
Because the developer developed the project beforehand. And city planning never went back and said, hey, we have this whole thing. You need to take a look at this and comment. And it's not their fault. They did what they were told to do, so.
Have you spoken to the Manhattan Borough president on this project? Has he been part of the process? The new Manhattan Borough president, I guess.
And you have to put in there that there is no affordable housing in small condos. It is not 117 units. as the EIS. It's them.
We haven't spoke, we've starting to some people, but we haven't spoken to them.
Just curious. Okay.
Okay, so we'll confirm the square footages, the existing building square footage and the heights. If you can please give us those numbers, I can ask Zach to reach out
Yeah.
and ask for the numbers that we want for the resolution, so we are all on the we have the same numbers that we are working with. Will include the activation of streetscape, potential reduction of the height, overall height of the building to minimum
So it's more
required.
harmonious.
We'll leave a line for contributions to public improvement to be determined in the full board meeting.
Public
I
open
think it
space.
was,
That's
as I recall, it was stated Barnett Newman Triangle, just to say, on behalf of the, yeah.
Okay.
He
think
did
that
say he
was
studied
Um,
Barnett Newman Triangle.
So we
And
name
I will
Yeah,
say
we
it's in
can.
dire need, so I thank you for that thought. Mhm.
and consideration for no parking perhaps. So with that, are we
Did that,
all in
yes,
agreement
Did-
that
did
we
that
are in favor of
capture
this
to
application
you?
going forward?
If you're voting online, please make sure you have your cameras on. Laura, Vicky? Hi, Vicky, I see you.
Okay,
Everyone in the. room
calling
is
the
in favor?
question.
As treasurer of Barnett Newman Triangle, friends of, I have to recuse.
Okay,
And you're
I don't, I think I don't vote here. I don't
No,
know.
you don't.
okay, wait, do we have quorum?
Uh,
Okay, we have two recusals.
We have a quorum.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, we're.
Okay, I call the question. Second, anybody?
Second,
Okay,
Okay.
All in
do
favor?
it.
all in favor?
Vote by affirmation. So are there any opposed? Hearing no opposals, are there any recusals?
Blank excuses.
Blank
Foreman.
recuses, Foreman recuses, are there any abstentions? Motion passes. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. So 65 Franklin is next.
Hi.
Nancy Cobb.
Right by.
Hello. And
No, it's.
Oh, it's pretty damn close.
Oh,
We only
yeah.
have to ask we only have to-
Oh, oh, good.
Hi, nice to see you. Yeah, big fan of that.
Do you come and hang out or skateboard or play pickleball? Wonderful. Oh, because they are taking some of the throwaway mulch areas where it's literally only as thick as a brick.
That's the hotel.
So nothing would grow there. And they're just rebricking it because, like nothing will grow there. So then at least people can enjoy the skating part if, nothing else. And then, but we're looking to renegotiate certain other spaces as soon as we can.
Okay,
So,
if you are leaving because you are from 101 Franklin, thank you so very much for all of your time, your presentation, your patience. And thank you for trial running all the new City of Yes with us. So it was detailed and I apologize, but we are really grateful for the patience. So thank you.
we'd love a
And-
number quickly, please.
Yep, and please step out quietly. Okay,
86 Warren Street. We met with the hotel at 86 Warren Street a couple months ago. They were going to touch base with their neighbors.
We're 80 more streets, we're the neighbors.
Got it. There we go. Hello, yes.
So I'm not gonna sit, or would you like me to?
However you.
wherever you would like to be, if you would like to join us at the table, that's great. I have your
Join you
slides.
at the table.
Would you like your slides up, sir?
The slides, if you would like me to present, but I think the bulk of the questions last time.
I think let's just review if you touch base with your neighbors and if you guys are all aligned and.
We have touched base. We are not all aligned. The attorney that's representing the negotiations and stuff is here this evening. They were here last time as well. So I'm happy to speak to you if you'd like to hear from him. But the essence of everything is that there has been an offer made to them. It's not for us to say what that offer was. If the neighbors are here, they'd like to speak to it, they're welcome to. And we are trying to move towards a resolution.
I am slowly rolling through your slides because we've done this in detail once before. And I think it's an important point for anybody who may have missed it. that they understand exactly what the discussion and conversations.
Would you like me to go through an
Yes,
overview of the presentation?
Yep.
I'd be happy to. So we're here today I'm representing 86 Warren Street. 86 Warren Street is here, for a variance because it's called the Warren Street Hotel. I'm sure many of you who live in the area might be familiar with it. When they first commenced construction in 2020, after completing substantial amounts of due diligence, they went into the ground and they encountered substantial geotechnical difficulties below grade. That resulted in them abandoning a lot of work that they did below grade, including numerous secant piles, which were left in the ground. They were planning originally to go down 3 stories below grade, and they abandoned that plan, and they ended up going to 1 story with a partial cellar, really. Not even a full cellar below grade. So what that did to them as a business, as a hotel, screwed them up programmatically. Because as many of you can imagine, a hotel has back room operations, there's laundry, there's housekeeping, and there was a community room and conference room for places for people to meet. So they abandoned that. They were under pressure to continue moving through the process of construction because this all occurred with 2 things happening simultaneously. One was at that time, the new hotel special permit was being created by the city of New York. Bill de Blasio had implemented it. It was moving through the application process very quickly, the ULA process. And that would have prevented them from moving ahead had that been enacted. So they were racing that. And at the same time, COVID occurred. So they had 2 things happening simultaneously, which threw them into a lot of financial time and emergency. Nonetheless, they ended up abandoning the cellar level, like I said before, the 3 sub-cellars. They left 1 partial cellar, and they constructed an 11-story hotel. The hotel has 96 hotel rooms, 12 dwelling units upstairs. The hotel rooms are on floors, as I want to speak, so let's look at my notes. The hotel rooms are on floors 2 through 8, and there's 69 rooms. And floors 9 through 11 are private residences, including 12 dwelling units. And there's a restaurant on the ground floor. The proposal is to add a partial 12th floor on top of the building. It would not add that much square footage, 2,921 square feet. It would barely, if at all, be visible from the street. There would be no change to the bulkhead, which currently exists. It would be built around the bulkhead. So the overall height of the building would increase from its current height of 135 feet to 134 feet, to 149 feet. That's 15 feet taller than is allowed under zone. That's one of our variances. The floor area that we are requesting adds 2,921 square feet. We're allowed to have 55,000 square feet. We're proposing about 57.5. As a result, we're 2,500 square feet over the floor area. So we're here tonight asking you for permission to construct the partial 12th floor, which is a modest request to allow for the room that we lost at the cellar level. What happened in between was a dispute between the neighbors and my client about potential or actual damage that has occurred, but who is responsible for the damage. That is a discussion that occurred during the last review by
The
the board.
last review, you said 7.
And since then, my client, Warren Street Hotel, has gone and had their engineers do, well, why don't you speak to this? I don't misspeak.
Certainly. Chairperson of the board, chairperson of the committee. My name is Daniel Towns. I'm with Troutman Pepper. We're a law firm. We represent Warren Street Hotel on construction-related matters. So thank you, Eric, for the helpful illuminating history. As you know, there have been numerous allegations of damages being alleged by the neighbor at 80 Warren. Our position has been consistent that, we have been in good faith and neighborly spirit inspecting the damage, attempting to assess, which damages potentially were caused by the construction project and which damages potentially were pre-existing. I think, as we know, there's older housing stock in this neighborhood, and some of these buildings are not necessarily all structurally sound. So shifting can occur. We 100%, acknowledge that fact. However, I think in terms of, the allegations that were made, the offer that had been made by the Warren Street Hotel to address those allegations. Part of our concern is not being held responsible for pre-existing damages and for repairs of issues that were unrelated to the hotel construction. We are relying on our builders and our engineers to assess and provide information as to what could have been caused, what was likely caused, what was not even possibly caused by the construction. And their answer to those questions for our request to provide an assessment are coming back indicating that there is a difference of opinion, a difference of our view of the level of damage that was caused by the construction project at the Warren Street Hotel versus the amount of damage that was pre-existing. What damage may have been caused by an excavation project, directly adjacent versus, damage that is 80 feet, 100 feet away from the building and not likely connected. So, I think I need to urge to everyone present that, this is an ongoing negotiation and discussion of the issues between the parties. Expert witness reports have not been exchanged to sort of get down to brass tacks of what the parties can agree on in terms of what the facts are. And that's an important process. It's important to let those facts ventilate themselves so that everybody can at least have some common ground in terms of what happened, what the facts are. We recently attended the building for 2 new inspections in 2026 to determine damage that we can detect now and compare to surveys that were done prior to construction start. Those pre-construction surveys and comparisons are important in illuminating, this study of what possible damages were caused. So this is an ongoing process. We've received a counteroffer from council retained by the neighbor. We're currently looking at that counteroffer. It came in today. And while we have some differences in our positions we still need to hash out, like I said, some of these details in terms of what our consultants are saying versus what the neighbors' consultants are saying. We're working on closing that gap, the delta between our positions. I'm happy to field questions, about the details here. Please go ahead.
Wait, can we hear from the neighbors? I mean, we don't, I mean, this board is not gonna mediate between you
Right.
guys.
Yeah.
We just want to
Yeah.
see if you guys have any agreement on what was caused. So
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I'll speak for 80 Warren Street. So I'm Charlie Stewart. I'm the president of the co-op at 80 Warren Street. I have board members here, longtime residents, and a bunch of people online. So I guess the answer is no, we haven't resolved our differences. And I think what happened was this board met in December. You asked us to reconcile those differences. And we scheduled a bit of cold. We scheduled a meeting with their engineers, and I hope the hotel to look at our building on January 30th. But no one from the hotel showed up. And your comment about going through this process is important. We've been reaching out to people at the hotel for over 2 years now without a response. So I'd just like to ask, is there anyone here from the hotel? And are you both attorneys?
We're both attorneys representing the hotel.
You both
The
represent the
hotel was
hotel?
here last time and not here today. Since then.
Okay,
they
so
have
I guess one of my questions is, and you could tell me later, who at the hotel should I speak with?
Roslyn is representing the hotel.
I want to talk to a person at the hotel. So you mentioned a confidential offer that you sent to me on Thursday based on a partial inspection of our building. So what happened with our building is you did a really aggressive excavation and the west part of our building sunk more than half an inch. And then it had to be shut down by the DOD. A stop work order was issued and your client had to fix that by putting bow ties in the side of our building. And when they did that, they drilled into my apartment 3 different times, into Beth's apartment 4 times. So imagine a drill coming into your living room to do that. Those damages were fixed, but the damages since from the building sinking have not been fixed. And then, after that, the scaffolding on the roof and the improper connection of drains, there was a, pipe burst and drains that were funneling water down between our buildings. And we had major flooding in 2 units on top. People from the hotel came and looked at that and submitted a claim with their insurance company. And that claim, nothing has come from that claim. We haven't received anything for it, and the damages have not been fixed. Those are the 2 big sources of damage. When the engineers came to our building on January 30th, it was a partial inspection because they didn't even look at the roof. They didn't look at the roof because there was snow, but the offer that we received, I think, was based on that partial inspection. But I want to say one more thing here. We've tried to talk to the hotel's neighbors. You just mentioned that we received a confidential offer, and I think maybe you sent it to me directly. You didn't send it to my attorney. And then I think you left me a voicemail directly without my attorney. If you want to settle this between our attorneys, Joe Augustine, he's a local Tribeca person. I think you met him. If you want to settle it with Joe in a legal way, we can. If you want to have a normal discussion among neighbors about legitimate damage, I've walked into the hotel to talk to Nick Hamby. I'm sorry, I'm getting emotional on this because I have another story to tell.
I'm gonna get you a glass of water.
But to ask for someone to talk to. We've emailed the CEO and founder, Tim Kemp, and not got a response. It feels like corporate hardball and legal tactics are being used against us here. And I kind of feel like I should have my attorney here. And maybe that's a question for the board, but I don't.
If I can respond to that point directly, we were aware of your attorney, Mr. Augustine's involvement in 2023. Our understanding was that he was no longer sending messages on your behalf or representing A.D. Warren. That was clearly a mistaken understanding and can be rectified. We're happy to go through Mr. Augustine. Also, I want to speak to, possibly very real frustrations about going through insurance and feeling like you're not being heard. We are here taking over this process and you're being heard. Send me a message or you give me a call. It will go to.
No, I want to talk to someone from our neighbor, the hotel. If you want to interact through our attorneys, we can do that.
I can't force anybody to sit down with you, but I can try to broker
Let me finish
this conversation. Please go on.
On the inspection, on January 30th of this year, with the building engineers, one of the doors from my neighbor wouldn't open. And so the engineering firm took pictures and videos of this, but it wouldn't open because of the settling of the building. Beth in particular here has lived here since 1980, and the doors on the buildings have always worked. Right after this really aggressive construction, a lot of the doors in our building stopped working. They just wouldn't open, including my across the hall neighbor, who was a small baby. We found this one door that wouldn't open because of the inspection. It's a lot of duplexes in our building, and this is a door they don't use much. And they couldn't get it open. So as co-op board president, I had to make a decision. Thank you. Room service. I had to make a decision first of all, the father called me. He's got 3 kids. And he said, my door won't open. We have to do something about this. He's obviously pretty panicked. I had 2 choices there. I could go to your client because they are obligated to repair damages done to our building. I've tried that 20 or 30 times and gotten no response. So as a board member, I have to go and board president, I have to go say, we'll fix the damages. And we've done that numerous times. Because some of this stuff is fire safety and hazard type damages. And so then we pay for it. And then I do an assessment, which we've done on our building recently, and a maintenance increase to pay for these damages. And we have 3 residents who are over 90 in our building. I think all of them have lived here since 1980. We had a 4th and he just died recently. We have a bunch of families with young children. And I'm passing along fixes to our building that we have to do for safety reasons. Because no one at the hotel will bother to call me back or have a conversation. The last conversation I had was in 2024. Another of our board members had a conversation with Ron Chellis, the person who signed the contract, in a year ago, almost exactly a year ago, and then nothing since then. So your comment about we have to give this time to work out seems very disingenuous to me. We've been trying to work this out for a long time, and we've been paying the bill. So I apologize, but that's a really long way of saying, no, we haven't resolved our differences here. And I also think if you do that, you're going to need to put protection on our roof, would be my understanding, which why would we, agree, or why wouldn't we oppose it if the last time you put scaffolding on our roof, you didn't even pay the license fee on the access agreement? So I brought it, a signed license agreement, and it says it's in effect until all repairs are done. All repairs are not done, and you haven't even paid the license fee on the agreement in 2 years, and yet we still let your engineers in to look at this and compare it to other pictures so we could engage in a process to get this done. But no one at the hotel will speak with me.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you.
Obviously, we want all the businesses that come in our CB to be successful. We want the hotel to be successful, but we cannot review an application when you guys are still going back and forth with the neighbor. So, I mean, get an engineer that you both agree on their work and the output and settle it.
Do you have a clock running on this?
We don't have a formal clock running on it. There is a Board of Standard Appeals hearing scheduled. I can look up the date while we're talking after I'm speaking with you. And that will be when the next hearing is at the Board of Standards and Appeals. It probably won't be acted on for a month or 2 after that even, so we're not on a definitive clock, and you're not holding this up. So we can continue to discuss with you if you'd like us to come back. We don't have a problem coming back, but I will say this, that the Board of Standards and Appeals action is separate and apart from the civil concerns that are being raised.
So
I'm happy to engage, but
So let me flip this conversation with you, because the hotel has been here many times. You came, you needed parking. You came, you needed a loading zone. You came, you've asked many things, and every time you've come, you've ended up with a positive resolution from the community board, looking to help you be successful in business. Because we even questioned, why are there long-term tenants? We were sold a hotel, we weren't sold long-term, residential. That it's not supposed to be a residential hotel. You said we need that stability to help our bottom line. So we've said yes to everything you've come to us. The neighbors have come at every time saying, we're still struggling. We're asking you, even though we know it's separate, to make whole on your promises to the neighbors. I find it encouraging. See, again, watch me flipping the script. I find it encouraging that you delivered an offer to them. I am discouraged that it didn't go to their attorneys, because you're a pretty smart guy, you know it has to do that, right? So we really need you to work with the community. We want you to be successful. We want you to be a good neighbor. We've said yes to everything you've come to us before. We can't say yes to this yet because the neighbors are,
Your sentiment is well spoken, and I'm not here to tell you, no, we won't come back to you at all. I'm just simply calling out that I cannot guarantee you that there'll be a resolution of it, of the civil matter prior to the zoning matter, although everybody's here to try. He did apologize for reaching out to the wrong misunderstanding of the attorney, but we will continue on in that direction. We're happy to come back another time and report back what happens in the next few weeks as they
I mean, you
communicate.
just delivered an offer today. So, had I known that before 4 o'clock this afternoon, I would have called you personally and said, you know what, you should cancel tonight. You should not come. You should work through this deal, make whole the neighbors, and come next month, and we can all celebrate together.
We're happy to come back.
I'm happy you came, and I appreciate it. It does show grit, but understand what we need, you know? And
Very clear.
And trust me, I worked hotels for 20 years. I guarantee you that there's not one manager at that desk who wants to talk to an irate neighbor. Because they don't, you know, they can't fix that. They can't, there's nothing.
No, it's not for the manager, it's for the attorney to.
It's for you
the right
guys to
people.
fix it. It's for ownership to fix. And I, you know, my heart actually goes out to the employees who work there because I'm sure they see the neighbors coming and they're like, oh, snaps, right? And that's not what we want for the community. We want to support you. We want the neighbors to feel safe and supported. I can't have a kid worrying that they can't get out of a building in a fire.
Well said, and understood.
Right. So please stay in touch with us, and for our neighbors, please stay in touch with us. Let us know how it's going. We can't negotiate for you, but we want to make sure that they don't go get their BSA approved, that the community hasn't said anything, right? We will go on record. We'd like them to fix everything so we can be a nice, happy family and move forward. That I think is the goal for everyone, right? Right, sir?
Right, it is.
Yeah, can I just ask the timing of the BSA and how it works? Do they wait till they hear from this committee?
No. They
And
can go
should
on
we
their own.
be writing a resolution?
I think we.
I have strong thoughts and I need to talk.
Have you filed the BSA and have you been scheduled?
We have been scheduled, and I'm looking right now. It is tentative, well, the Board of Senate Appeals is assigned April 13th or April 14th.
Yep, so
Okay.
we have to do.
So
a
I have
resolution.
thoughts,
We have
so
to do a
you
resolution.
you had a pre-construction survey done before you did any work on 80 Warren, correct?
Yes.
Or, okay,
Now, our engineer, by the way, has been trying to dial in, if his name is McDowell. I don't know if you can
okay.
see him.
And the owners of the co-op building at 80 Warren have a copy of the pre-construction survey, correct?
I believe we also did our own.
Okay, so
Is
there,
it Nidal Abisab?
Yes.
okay.
Okay, he does not have, I can promote him, but he doesn't, he looks like he's calling from something without a microphone.
Okay, and so that's the whole purpose of a pre-construction survey is to assess what are the conditions before any work gets done. And then also afterwards record against what present conditions are to see what may have occurred with the work that happened, correct? It's all basic logic, right? So now you are the neighboring, or your client is the neighboring property. Their building has suffered damages that are documented with other post-construction surveys, correct? So the damages are documented and known. Is this not literally what insurance is for? Your client does have insurance for the project, correct?
Insurance was purchased, yes, there's a policy in place.
Okay, is there any reason why these people who have their homes that they are living in with their families have not been made whole from the damages that have occurred from the work that your client did in the neighboring property? They live here every single day. Now, I'm understanding that you're going through their walls, that there are costs associated with enormous leaks that are going on. What is the reason why they have not been made whole, or why your insurance has not stepped in to cover these charges?
So I think I can't speak to any of the specific
Yeah.
damages that were mentioned
Yeah.
because some of them are in dispute in terms of whether they were actually caused.
Look, if there was an existing condition that was caught in the pre-construction survey, they own it. If there is a condition that occurred post pre-construction survey after you've done the work, you own it.
Those are, those are.
Holes that you're mentioning are holes that were made repairing their building.
Hold it, who's?
Can we avoid letting this devolve into just?
Well, you said she's.
Arguing because I do think.
So
that-
there's a survey pre-construction and there's a survey post-construction,
You're
correct?
correct.
Okay.
Your question's about insurance coverage.
Yes.
And, you know, look, there's an insurance policy. There's language to the insurance policy.
This is literally what it's for.
The adjuster also works on, you know, whether or not that claim has been made. And sometimes the policy does not allow for a claim to be made out under certain circumstances. That's all I can really say, that a claim was not made on the policy.
So you are not going
It's
through
not a-
insurance for,
I'm
It's-
sorry.
It's not, it's not that there was no insurance maintained, it's that there are some complications.
I'm sorry,
It's a
community,
complicated
the
situation.
community board is not your office for the legal
Yeah.
wranglings of this. It's an unfortunate situation. What we can opine on is the Board of Standard of Appeals application for an additional
One story.
story. And we can put in our resolution the specifics of the number of people and times you've come, your concerns very specifically. I think we have quite a few notes from you all and really appreciate you coming back again for that. That's it. That's what we need to do, and we need to do it quickly. I think that
Agreed.
obviously you all have to figure this out. It isn't, I mean, we wish we, you know, that's, you get paid that for that, we don't. So that's, you know, we've happily.
Our use.
Yeah, I think, you know, and we're happy to include all this in a resolution from the board. Does that
So,
seem like a?
okay, I pulled
Okay,
up
but
their.
isn't the resolution of this dispute relevant to our
Absolutely,
decision?
and that will be in our
resolution until they're made.
Yes or no?
So that's
That's
exactly,
not different.
We're not gonna solve their legal issue.
that's right.
Can I
So
call that?
we've heard the
But
issue, right.
We don't, I mean, personally, I don't even want to hear it until they're made whole.
Okay, well,
Which was how comment last time.
So
Yeah.
Please,
Rosa.
So you can come to us when it's made whole, otherwise the answer is no, at least that's my vote.
Okay, well, either
Okay,
way.
so
it's a-
let's do a straw
I
around.
think that we have a,
I understand that I don't want to debate this here, but if there's, if someone had, if there is on record a statement that the holes in the walls were drilled as a result of their fixing or repairing our building, I would like to be able to counter that.
Well, that won't come into our resolution, but that's very fair for the
counter.
public record, yep.
Maybe you'd like to say it?
There's
I think you
also
just said-
several members of the public who have their hands.
The holes were drilled into people's apartments as a result of, as part of the installation of wall ties into our western facade, which were needed because our building was shifting so badly. So it wasn't a repair to our building, it was actually, we're shoring up our building in order to continue construction. Is that correct?
Okay.
It is correct.
Thank you.
Okay, that's.
Thank you, that's all we need.
We got it.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
It's not.
So we've got to, we have it, we are going to write a resolution that sounds like, I don't know where all the committee members or the full board will go, but it sounds like it's very similar to the last resolution you wrote, right? So are we, can I?
Yeah, what, did we write something before?
We
or-
did not.
it was
When they, when they came, we've written resolutions before in support of their loading zone, their drop-off
Okay,
zone,
but not this.
their parking spaces, the dining stuff. We've done lots of resolutions in
I
favor.
would-
This one unfortunately does sound, if I'm taking a straw poll around here, I'm seeing a lot of this around the table, not a lot of this.
No, you're letting the Board of Standard Appeals know what's going on in the
Yeah.
community and that we don't, it sounds like many people are
It's about an
agreeing to go
increase in the
forward
FAR.
to allow for this to go forward because of, I assume.
Because of
It doesn't sound like there's any other reason people are against it, the height, I don't know, I didn't even see the,
We could consider it after they're made whole, but we're not considering anything until they're taken care of.
Well, we may have to consider.
well, it sounds like we have.
Well,
because
then
of
I
the
don't
scope.
consider it.
Then you want to
So-
vote it down.
Rosa, let's say if.
Joe
the
Lerner
neighbor-
has his hand up.
Vote against it.
Joe, hang on a quick sec and you're muted.
So if the neighbors are made whole,
I think we've spent too much time on this and it's not within our charter, so to speak, to be mediators or arbitrators. So I think we should move on right now.
If we look at the proposal that the hotel has with adding one floor to the bulkhead,
No,
if the neighbors are made whole, are we okay with that proposal or not?
she has her hand up. I'd love to hear.
This happened to us. We're here. We're Tribeca. We've been here for years. We kind of made Tribeca. So you want to make that beautiful, new development, and this hotel came because it's great for you. So this happened to us and it's costing us a lot of money. We had to hire a lawyer to defend ourselves. They kind of want us, get our insurance company involved with their insurance company. Costs us money, what?
Yeah.
In any way, without us getting all that feedback, how are we ever being made? This
Yeah.
is here, I can't, my marble saddles are cracked.
Yeah.
Everybody's, we don't want, and I'm not suing the $6 million. We just want what's happened to us back again. That's all.
We pass it.
Without it costing us money.
Yeah.
It has already.
Only because they have to go and they're not gonna have time to make it whole as
I mean,
whatever
what
that
they
gets
say.
defined at.
Thank you.
And there may be people who object to the one extra story or not. I don't know if that has anything to do with this resolution. It sounds like no one's speaking about that. It's just about this
I think
case
that-
between the neighbors and the owner.
But they're saying that they don't want the construction either.
Right, okay, so
I
Well,
think
the
that,
other piece is just a basic BSA case where they're saying that they don't have, the project is not, she can't fund, the project is not sustaining money. So it's a BSA case. The case is about BSA, right? And it's about a project, a product, a development that's not able to make money with the lot. So it's very standard on that level. But we've seen this 100 million times.
Right.
It's a standard BSA.
Yeah.
Case. Should have been what the other guys did in the last thing. That should have been a standard BSA case.
Well, it
They
was.
decided to do some actions.
they have
Well,
both, they have all of
yeah,
it. They have a
anyway.
BSA, they have the actions, all stuff like
Like
that.
that they bought a property and they need more floor area to make it,
No, they should have
viable.
hired a good geotechnical engineer.
We want businesses to
Okay.
thrive. So here we are.
We do want businesses to thrive, but not at the expense of the neighbors. I mean, the
That's
fact
right.
that you are not respectfully, your client is not respectfully engaging with the neighbors is incredibly disturbing to me. And the fact that you as attorneys then are trying to deal with them directly as owners instead of attorney to attorney versus owner to owner, there's something really shifty about that. And they have suffered daily because of the work of your client, and you're not gonna make their lives better for the past 2 years that have passed, but at the very least, you could cover the cost of the damages that they have suffered. And the fact that you're not even doing that little bit.
I don't think we have a legal solution. I would like to just suggest you do a resolution that is basically identifying the things that we've just discussed in terms of the two sides of this, and that we call it as a resolution, and then you can vote for it or against it, against the addition of this unit. I guess, I assume it's a floor or not.
And you have.
With the
I just want-
understanding of what we
I
just
want to
discussed.
check with the client. You have no fitness center in the building currently.
Correct.
And you have a relationship with the local gym for people to use? Okay, so there is something for the guests to go to.
Yeah.
Okay, and you need a separate residential recreational space?
Recreational space, it's outdoors, it's legal to be outdoors. It's not ideal for it to be outdoors. Right now, it's outdoors on the roof. We'll be closing it about 396 square feet. Over 3,000.
And do you have any other meeting rooms in the building? And there's no event space in any of the restaurants either?
Well, there's a restaurant, but there's no event space. You can clear out tables.
Call the question.
Yeah.
I just need to understand what question we're calling, because I'm still not clear, so.
The addition of the 2,000.
With what? Under no
something square
conditions,
feet.
or just yes or no on,
This is
Do
the
we-
note of the BSA application to extend.
it's a no to the, that's the resolution.
That's what I'm
Okay.
hearing.
Well, there's reasons why.
Correct,
Yeah.
yes.
All the reasons why, I mean, right. Needs to be clear. Now, if they resolve this, what happens? If they resolve the dispute satisfactorily,
Then they'd come back and they'd have a plan for how the new construction would not actually impact the neighbors. And we would probably be able to work with them on it. And,
Okay.
I mean, explain, they have a conservatory and a drawing room, but a drawing room is not an event space?
Okay, come back
I got it.
for the full board.
Okay, so
Let's go.
are we voting on this now?
So,
we have-
so then maybe they could have until the full board to change, and then we could reconsider our resolution. If the facts change.
They
Yes,
can always do
we
that.
can
So we
certainly
can, right
do
now,
that.
we have a resolution.
We can change it in exec.
Okay, if you can let us
Happy
know
to let you know
exactly.
if things change, definitely, and they'll be making efforts.
Okay, and then, but if nothing changes, then we are going in as a rejection.
Yeah,
Correct.
you have two opportunities. You have the 19th, which is our executive committee, to give us, to have a notification from your legal team and the residents' legal team, not just the neighbors, saying
Yeah.
that, a deal has been struck and it is signed, sealed, delivered. Our vote is on the 24th of the month at full board, where we will send our notification to CPC that we deny the BSA.
Understood. You've been very fair and very clear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right,
So are we voting? Let's vote.
yeah.
Make sure we have a vote here.
So the vote is no unless we hear back from the applicant.
We haven't voted yet.
No, it's for the resolution. The resolution is a no.
Correct.
Got
Right,
it.
the resolution is a negative.
Negative
I
resolution.
understand. So let's take the vote.
Okay.
Has it been called and seconded?
Yes,
I
I
call.
my second.
So a vote of affirmation is denying the applicant. Everybody understand that?
Yes.
Everybody online, have your cameras on? Jess? Laura? Okay, I see Joe, sort of. Okay, are there any in opposition? And by opposition, it means you would like to approve their BSA. Hearing and seeing none, are there any abstentions? Hearing and seeing none, so are there any recusals? Okay. There we go. Done.
Can you
Thank you.
please get back to us by both of these dates and let us know how?
19th and 24th.
So, thank you.
Okay,
And
You can need that by email.
going.
Or-
Yeah,
I
yeah.
know it's
what's
not
that?
easy. You hung out through the first application. I really appreciate you guys coming. We appreciate you being here. I'm sorry. We
No,
really,
you're very clear in what you're trying to achieve, and it's laudable, and we're gonna try to get there.
all right, awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Appreciate the patience of the 65 Franklin Street team also.
Oh my gosh.
All right.
All good.
Oh, wow.
All right, join us at the table and introduce yourself.
Double duty there.
First
at the table or up front?
Wherever you go, it's you guys again.
Not very welcoming.
I've been sitting here the whole time.
That's not welcoming at our gun
Votes.
I'm with the deck of getting the print.
Okay.
All right, awesome. Tell me when,
65 Franklin.
tell me when you want your slides to start.
Yes.
It's done.
Great. The application is a proposal for a 24-story mixed-use building, approximately 106 residential units, ground floor retail and accessory parking on a site which is currently vacant. And it has a 5-story building, condos on it. The application requests 2 actions from city planning. First one is ZR 75422 to transfer landmark development rights from 361 Broadway and a CPC authorization under ZR 7524 to modify contextual height setback regulation and associated with the transfer. As a result, the proposal is going to be approximately 25% higher than what is allowed and above the contextual limit. And it also modifies the street wall regulations.
You're giving the presentation. Should I, is this clicker work? Is this the clicker?
Nope, it is not. I will give you one that does.
Okay.
Let me pass that along for you.
So, this will feel a little tiny bit deja vu from the earlier Franklin presentation, in part because the site is a similar size and arrangement, although it's in a different zoning district. These are different actions.
Can you tell us who's in the room besides?
Oh, of course, I'm so sorry. It's been a long night. I'm Zach Bernstein with Fried Frank, Land Use Council. to ownership. Would you like to introduce yourselves as the architectural team?
I'm Brandon Spector with Cook Fox Architects. This is Samantha DeCono, Cook Fox Architects.
Welcome. I'm Julie Atkinson, Veterans and Home. I do community affairs for the project.
I'm David Velez, BHB, environmental consultants for the project.
And Aaron's still here. He works.
That's why you're sticking around. I'm wondering.
But David Karnowski's not on this project.
No, he's not.
Okay, so it's you. Okay.
Am I doing something wrong? Try and, you never know. All right, let's see. Oh, there you go. Okay, are we good? Take a direction. Okay, so the developer is Sky Equity. They and their affiliates have built thousands of units across New York City, including over 1,000 affordable housing units. These are examples of 3 projects in Brooklyn. These are all mixed income projects. The project you'll see today, however, is an all market rate project. Those are the facts of the economics of this particular site, but they are not averse to mixed income projects around the city. The architects Cook Fox, who you'll hear from, are very creative and have done lots of projects around Manhattan. My favorite is the Google headquarters building. If you drive or walk or bike along the West Side Highway, it's where there used to be a building over West Houston Street. That portion of the building was removed and they made this really cool extension of the tracks that were in the St. John Terminal building. And I'm going to try to go quickly because we've been here for a while and just condense some of our talking points. So the site is on the southeast corner of Franklin Street and Broadway. It's in a C6-4A zoning district, whereas the site you saw earlier was in a C6-2A zoning district. The maximum height in this zoning district is 235 feet. This is just showing the context. You've been through in the prior presentation as well. And as you all know, there's a variety of building forms around this area of the city. So Councilmember Marte said some things about this site. Actually, there was a different owner, different potential developer many years ago who purchased this site and took down the buildings that were on the site. There were a decent amount of problems created at that time. Especially with the neighbor, 356 Broadway, which is a residential condominium building. And this is an old picture of how the site looked, with graffiti having gone up on the wall, and the site wasn't being taken care of. And there was air leakage and water leakage into the building. The current ownership group bought this property only in the last year and has since worked very closely with the neighbors at 356. You can see this wall is now parged. They entered into agreements for a number of things. As you'll see in the zoning, purchased some development rights, the remaining development rights that this condo had, entered into construction license agreements. Very sensitive to what we heard from the prior group of neighbors to the hotel and weeks of painstaking effort to work very closely with this condo. The condo is represented by council, and there are very specific agreements in place for protecting them during the construction. If they're still on, I think there may be a member or two of the condo here to speak tonight.
Yeah,
And-
I'm here.
Oh,
I'm
I'm sorry, I knew we'd seen each other before. Fantastic.
I'm from the car.
Thank you so much for staying. And you can see the construction fencing has been replaced from what was there for many years. So an overview of the zoning. There, as I noted, there's a transfer of excess development rights from the neighboring building at 356 Broadway. And additionally, this project is utilizing zoning tools that allow for transfer across the street from a landmark building. And so it's technically not a discretionary action and so technically not before the board, but we grouped them together. Approximately 25,000 square feet has been transferred from the landmark across the street for a total project of 235,000 square feet, of which 17,000 is commercial space and the remainder is residential. The requirement for a transfer from a landmark across the street are establishment of a continuing maintenance plan for that building. It involves going to the Landmarks Commission with an inspection report on the building. The landmarks approval came through this board's landmarks committee. There were a number of conditions that there would be binding commitments by the developer to fund the restoration of the building and there are now binding legal commitments of funds, both to do the initial restoration and to establish a continuing maintenance fund for when the condo has to go back every 10 years to keep the building in safe good repair. I'm happy to speak more to that if necessary.
And the building is the one just.
Yes, we are, this is an older picture. It doesn't still look like this on the construction fence, but the development site is the one to the left here.
And which is the landmark building?
Oh, the
Right
landmark
past
building, I'm sorry, is 361
Is that
Broadway. Yes, it's
Yeah.
that.
Individual landmark.
Right, and just let me say that I'm from 366
Got it,
Broadway,
right here.
right,
Yes.
which is part of the Tribeca East Historical District. We are a 12-story Beaux-Arts building with all of the sculptures, classical, facade.
Great.
I love your building, by the way.
Where are those
Which is why
land-
I'm so concerned.
So
Oh,
is this in perpetuity? I always am curious about when you sell those air rights from a landmark, how does it work? And where, does the condo have some sort of agreement that they have forever and from whatever this legal situation?
On their renovation obligations.
Yeah, like, how does it get memorialized?
Historically, it's, what is the name of the document?
Declaration for continuing.
Restrictive declaration for continuing maintenance is recorded against the property.
Okay, forever, for as long as that thing stands.
Yes, Alice, we did that at 5153 White Street.
Yeah, I know, I'm just curious, wanted to go over it again.
The
Okay.
action we're here on, in conjunction with transferring floor area from a landmark, which adds to the floor area of the building, this is where it may be a little deja vu, one can seek 25% additional height on the building.
Right.
And that's what we're here for
Yeah.
today. And there are not as many findings on practical hardship and the like as we had on that prior application, because it is a different section of the zoning, but there are some similarities. The modification does not unduly obstruct access of light and air to adjoining properties or streets, and the scale is harmonious with the surrounding neighborhood.
Would you permit me to disagree?
To disagree with what?
Please.
So I will turn it over to Brandon to walk through the design of the building. But this action is being sought in order to have a rational planning of this building, a more beautiful design of the building, space between this building and the neighboring condo at 356, to meet their needs and for their rooftop and other parts of their building to breathe and not have the building on top of them. And so for these reasons and others, we believe we meet these findings.
Before we move into the architecture, can you just speak a little more about our council member's point about the economics of the site? You know, that the fact that this is all market rate, that it doesn't have any affordability, and if this first comes up, this is a key perspective that many of our community board members
Yeah.
speak to. Can you elaborate?
Yeah, I mean, I'll say two things to that. One is the landmark transfer itself is a separate public policy of the city altogether. And
Yeah.
I understand there may be differences of opinion on that, but funds for the development of this site are going to the landmark and its restoration rather than to a different type of subsidy. I guess I'll also say that typically affordable housing and all the projects I showed you before were under the tax exemption program, and all of the mixed income projects in the city are using the tax exemption program. The scale of this project, as well as other things about the economics of what it was on the market for, didn't allow for making it a mixed income project.
Is it using any inclusionary housing certificate?
It did purchase certificates from 19 Dutch, which is a mixed income building further downtown.
So how much has it purchased?
It purchased an amount to get roughly between 10 and 12 FAR.
From what was it originally?
And so the maximum FAR under the zoning for residential is 12, but it's 10 without certificates or other means of achieving the zoning increase.
And so the total FAR right now is 12.93, is that right?
Right, with the 0.93 being non-residential.
Would you go so we could see what this might actually look like?
Yes, Brandon, yeah. Go ahead.
You pointed that over.
that way?
Yeah.
again, I'm Brandon, thank you for your time on this for the moment. So I'm probably gonna go through this a little bit. Like normally would like to.
Could you speak up a little bit?
Yes.
Yeah.
So our proposed design, as you guys are familiar with the location here, we became fascinated on the fact this really is on a border for us between what at Broadway, the connection to the tall buildings and everything that happens along Broadway. Tribeca, that character, Tribeca and Franklin, the heart of, Finn Square, Barnett Newman Triangle, and then the civic center of the city as Franklin extends all the way down to Black Pond Park. The linking of what happens from a built environment standpoint of Broadway, the character of the neighborhood in Tribeca, and these green spaces that could and should be linked in different ways. Our work, if you're familiar with our work, we really try to dig into not just immediate context, but go all the way back. If you've heard Rick or me speak in other presentations, it's about Manhattan. It's about what we learn from landscape elements and what can nature teach us and what we can do. Seeing how this site used to sit on this hill above the watershed that fed Black Pond Park, how it dramatically transformed into this downtown, rich, vibrant, tall character of Broadway. And the change and kind of losing that character nature from Black Pond Park. Fascinated by 366 Broadway and the character of the masonry and the archwork that you see here, and in addition to what used to be on the site before it was vacant, that retail character that had varying scales from single floor all the way up to these beautiful parapet conditions and retail cornice that started to work their way all the way down Broadway and tie the varying streetscape heights along this particular stretch of Broadway.
You trace where the site, sorry, on that, just with your finger where that ends on the right.
Yeah, so coming through our site from the corner, all the way back to up to this line, this is 356 Broadway. And then this is the adjacent that has that new addition that's built on top of it.
So it's this through.
So this edge of the sign here, that's the edge of our property, which is just off the edge here. And so again, we're kind of in this real interesting transition between low scale and high scale. And obviously being where it is, I'm just going to repeat what was elegantly stated. This is a masonry character building. We fell in love with the amazing brick archwork that was in the neighborhood on every different version of it. We've been built for is in this neighborhood. We fell in love with that. The integration of the metalwork and the spandrel panels in terms of grouping these windows together, the variations of the flat arch similar to what you see at 366 Broadway. And for us, this from a decorative motif to a real live landscape integration within the building. These were the things that we were inspired by within our proposal of what we were going to do on this vacant block. And it's bringing that archwork, bringing that landscape, bringing that metalwork into the varying different scales, not only at the top of the building where it really creates this sense of the skyline along Broadway, do it in a modern way. We're referencing those materials without being historicist or traditional, only the end where you know it's at its time and its place. And again, back to history, recalling something that was very unique on the site, Conduit's Garden. Pleasure Gardens that developed this connection to landscape directly on this as the city expanded and grew. How do you create these brief reprieves of nature in a very uncertain environment? That how were we inspired by that and work that? So that's what we try to do from the top of the building. You catch that artwork, you catch that masonry, the handcrafted, hand set, cast brick that works its way all the way from the ground and fitting within that character of Broadway. But again, for us, it's very important. How do these tall buildings meet the street in a very human scale direction? It is important that these datums from what's happening at 366, multi-floor height, ground floor retail spaces, what we already refer to as the retail podium, the retail cornice. I would start to articulate these same sort of motifs and data lines across the building, all the way down Broadway. And you can see that reference, Leonard, the Life Building, pulling that in and really connecting this block, this vacant lot, back into the masonry character of the street. And for us, it is important, not just along Broadway and the retail that we wanted to activate, that full extent of Broadway, bringing that in, having that retail wrap that corner, that open blazing, really activating that corner in Franklin. As you move down, the residents need to be able to get into the building. But in this sense, we want to push that entry back. You can see a little recess, it's actually 15 to 20 feet. That idea, that landscape that you see at the top of the building comes all the way down to the street still here. That landscape is that kind of give back that green for everybody that's passing along Franklin to be able to interact from. Planted landscape at the retail that's activating that corner. Landscape as you continue to move back through, coming in for the lobby. And then building services as we get closer from Franklin to that, I guess you could call that alley condition along Benson, pushing as much of those building services towards that edge of the block and that alley of Benson. Everything else. Again, that reference to first floor of retail, second floor of retail, building amenities up on the third floor. So it raised that up, being able to have them with an opportunity within the courtyard that we have to carve out for life and air, amenities up there for the residents. And again, trying to pull as much of that Broadway frontage as we can down.
Is the third floor setback?
The third floor, no. It's at our deep window recesses. We have, it varies between 8 and 12 inches, so we do have that sense of depth.
But it's not a setback.
But it's not set back as a open loggia conditions. Those type of loggia conditions that we had referenced are at the first setback, 15th floor, and then every floor above that has loggia conditions as well to give you that deep recess. And then this is recessed here to be able to give us that landscape.
Do you have a concept image that shows this on the block? And is the one that you show to the left of the entrance, public retail, or is that all private from once you pass the first retail?
This is part of the lobby for being able to get into the building.
And the shop with the bookcases?
That's part of the lobby. It's the lobby itself for.
And I just wanted to make a comment, on behalf of myself and my neighbors. We have 39 units directly across the street from this building. And all of those units have windows that directly face across Franklin Street, this new development. Some have all of their windows facing the new development. That's me. We now have light and air. This new development will completely change that. When I looked at your diagrams on the submission, the EAS submission, we will be forever in the dark as a result of the height and the shape of what you're proposing. So I would ask you if you could redesign something to preserve some of what we have at least.
Thank you for
If the
that.
board is going to okay this at all, if it's not, then.
Thank you for that. I'm not clear where the setbacks and the heights are yet, so let them finish their presentation and then we'll.
So that from the zoning action.
Did you have a chance to go through that slide?
Yeah. So from our zoning action, we have a maximum base height, starting at that at a 155 and a maximum total height of 235 as of right.
So just to address that question, the zoning allows, even without any actions here, a building that's taller than the neighbor. And so I think any development that happens here is going to be taller than.
What happened to contextual zoning? That's been our watchword for years. And we have 350, 346, 366, they're all of a piece.
Yeah.
In terms of their upper.
Can you point out as of right contextual zoning?
Yeah, the zoning here is a maximum height of 235 feet, which is fairly higher than the neighboring building. That's the as of right C64. That's the as of right C64A zoning here. So it is a contextual district, but it is a high density contextual district. So there's a black building that stands out directly across the street from 356 Broadway, for example. That is an example of the as of right building here. So I don't think there's any scenario where there's going to be a building that is not at or above the height of your building.
Hold on.
Just to clarify, 235 feet is the maximum height for a building with inclusionary housing,
Yes.
right? So
Yes.
without inclusionary housing, what is the maximum height of that building?
Is it, Aaron, is it 205?
250.
250, but that is still taller than the neighborhood.
Yep.
And are you doing mandatory inclusionary housing?
This is not a mandatory inclusionary housing zone. So the increase from 10 to 12 is available at this site through purchasing certificates, which that's what has been done here.
So when you purchase, sorry, I was done. When you purchase these certificates, do you go by the 215 max or 235?
A site that is utilizing affordable housing either through purchasing of certificates or through having on-site affordable housing is in it, the maximum height goes up to 235.
Wait a minute. You're purchasing,
That
but
is
you're
not-
not doing affordable housing?
No, so they're purchasing certificates from another site,
not
so
a-
that site is 19.
That's not.
Could we
Could
have
we like, yeah,
George
could we
maybe-
like just go through this so we
You
can
can
all
finish, we can
understand
finish, we can talk.
what's happening?
So the waivers being sought are a 25% increase over the maximum height of 235 feet, which is to 293 feet. And similar to the other project, buildings these days need bulkheads between 40 and 55 feet to accommodate the systems for an all-electric building. And so there would be a bulkhead of similar to the other building, between 40 and 55 feet above the two.
Will that ever be converted to what George pointed out earlier in the last project into habitable space
No.
legally? You think so? Okay.
Is it considered recreation space?
No, it's purely mechanical.
Mechanical,
It's
although-
equipment. It has a maximum coverage, so it can't be the entirety of the roof, and it is only allowed to be mechanical.
Sorry to clarify, do you have roof terrace space around the
Is there
perimeter
roof
on
terrace
that
space
level?
there, Brandon? I do not.
So it's not
It's all
at
building
all
service.
accessible under, thank you.
Couldn't you, if you built this way, just come back and do the same thing that the hotel is saying? It's not financially stable, we need to build around that?
I guess someone could always come back and seek a variance.
Yeah.
All right, that would be, why would you do that?
Sorry.
So that's the totality of the request. There are waivers to base height, and so portions of the building are rising without setback, and other portions of the building are reaching the maximum height of 293. The next slide, I think, is.
Before you go, I think I see on that last slide a shadow. Did I see that? Which would indicate that it's not a flat street wall, yeah.
These are just illustrative shadows of the building on itself. Yes,
Yeah.
these are.
Yeah.
Brandon, do you want to describe the way the building
Yeah, you can-
articulates at the top?
You can see the way, similar to this corner, we rise off of the street wall, and then there's a setback off of Broadway's. And as it continues along, so that we don't have that clean hard edge at the corner of Broadway and Franklin. Everything sets back in a series of cascading setbacks along that corner, so that we can break up that overall height, not bring that up to the total height. Same thing happens as we use that maximum step down the adjacent buildings as well as we move south on Broadway.
Okay, so you're looking north on Broadway. Broadway?
Yeah, this is, we're standing on Broadway looking north,
This is your building.
Right.
and then this is that Broadway facade.
So the zoning, theoretically, you could allow an applicant to request to go straight up at the street line, the building, go back to. Yeah, so these are the setbacks that Brandon is describing at the edges and corners of the building to break up the masses the building. So this is restating the findings, the modifications to not unduly obstruct the access of light and air to adjoining properties or streets, and the scale is harmonious with the surrounding neighborhood. And here you can see the building in white within its context. So we thank you for your time and happy to answer any questions.
Great.
Can you go back to the findings for just one sec? No, the last one.
No.
And
For the ground.
George,
Yeah, okay, great. So your application hasn't certified yet, right? And you know, is that gonna happen next Monday?
We have been working with the Department of City Planning to get on the calendar for formal certification.
I mean, when I look online, I see that they still have issues with the environmental assessment. Is that, do you know of anything that's forthcoming?
There are going to be e-designations for noise and for air quality required. It's an all-electric building anyway, but requiring an all-electric building, requiring the windows to have a certain amount of attenuation.
Right, I'm just wondering, because like, you're not on the clock yet, I guess is what I want you all to know, is that they're not on the clock yet. But you only have 45 days once it's on the clock.
Right.
But does this count as our public meeting?
Can you have a hearing when
Yes.
it's not certified?
Yeah.
No, we cannot do a hearing until you've certified.
It's not certified.
The Department of City Planning is aware that we're here tonight and this can be your hearing.
It's out of order.
But it may not be the same application. They could change it.
It is the same application. The only changes are the e-designation.
There is an action the city planning commission must make, and they have not made that action.
I don't want to fight with you about this. I am telling you, there are no changes to the application that will be certified. You can have the Department of City Planning confirm that to you.
we
Okay,
reached out to city planning this morning about the status of certification and they encouraged us to
okay,
meet with
all
the
right,
applicant.
fine.
I still think though that the way that we understand the city charter and the way that the rules of the city work is it has to be certified first, then it comes to us. I know what CPC told us, but I don't understand why they would tell us that we should hear it before it's certified legally in the system.
You're not required to hear it, but we are.
But we're required to do a public hearing on it.
And the public hearing is not required to be within that timeframe.
Yeah, and it's optional for a authorization for the
Right,
community
it
board.
is also, it is a courtesy referral. This isn't a ULURP, so.
Gotcha. Got it.
Well, they're here, so.
Yep, here we go. Exactly.
Did you have comments?
I just grabbed,
Sorry.
oh, yeah,
George,
keep going, sorry, I wanted to see.
Okay, so I do want to talk about the inclusionary housing certificates, because, so you can go to 10 FAR. You're getting floor area from the landmark transfer, and then you're getting a certain amount of floor area from the inclusionary housing. Can you tell us the FAR for inclusionary housing that you're getting?
Aaron, do you have?
It's not broken out in the application anywhere.
I think it's 30,000. It's 2 FAR of the zoning law.
It is 2 FAR of the zoning law. Okay, so you're doing the entire available
From 10 to 12.
from 10 to 12. Okay, all right, good. But there's nothing in the building, right? So it's, if there's no affordable housing in the building, it's not an inclusionary building.
Under the zoning, the additional height is allowed for utilization of the affordable housing bonus. That is how the zoning.
So the affordable housing bonus, you're supposed to use it within the envelope of the 215 if it's not in the building.
That is not required by the zoning. You're not accurate. Sorry. Again, I don't want to get in a fight over it.
Well, it's a very important one.
The Department of City Planning can confirm that to you as well.
Okay.
You don't have to I take mean, it. part of the problem is that, again, he's great at this stuff. Department of City Plan doesn't come to any of these meetings. Not everybody's
They're not
notified by the
required.
zoning specialist. They used to have people come for every district, including ours. They no longer come. It's a failure on their part. They should be here to explain these issues. This project isn't violating the zoning. No, I'm not saying that in any sort of way, but like, you know, like you're asked questions, he's a genius about this stuff. I don't know anything about it. It's all different.
Yeah, that's
And
fair.
like, you know, they're administering
Okay.
this application, right? They
Okay.
push it forward for you.
Yeah.
They tell you what to do,
Yes.
right? They
Yeah.
give you instructions.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead, George.
No, I mean, that's
It's a good point.
that's a good point. They wouldn't be here if city planning didn't tell you to be here. My interpretation of the zoning was that it was an aggressive interpretation of the 25% and how you define 25% of the maximum building height. Because it says 25% of the maximum building height as set forth in the applicable district regulations. So it doesn't actually, it just says 25% of the maximum height, which is 235. I acknowledge that. It's just that my interpretation would be that would be 235 with inclusionary housing. However, your point is taken.
Because it's available in the district with inclusionary housing, they take it like that, but they don't.
That's,
what you're saying.
this is, again, this is new zoning, you know, that was my interpretation of what they were doing here. And that would be what Department of City Planning was allowing you to do. Now, of course, there is another way of getting additional height when you're transferring floor area from a landmark, and that would be through a special permit. And so they could have maximized development on the site or transferred more floor area, maybe making a taller building, or, you know, depending on the interpretation, this one with a special permit process, which would allows for more than 25%. And that would be a ULURP action, and that would involve your council member. I will also say that this project would have qualified for the old pre-City of Yes landmark transfer because it was right across the street. And so it could have transferred prior to the City of Yes, but that would have been a special permit action again. And part of the whole City of Yes landmark transfer was to make the transfer portion as of right, and then the authorization to expand the building envelope.
Can you pull up the view from Broadway and the ground floor plan? I don't know if they're on the same slide.
Can we just stay on this housing?
Oh,
question
sure,
about the housing?
absolutely.
Because I'm very confused about.
Okay, I'm sorry to.
No, I mean, we have a difference of views here, but what is your interpretation of the requirement for affordable housing, for inclusionary housing? And how is it being met in this case?
It's being done off-site.
In what way?
They buy a certificate.
So
Could you let
basically,
them, I'd like them.
Yes.
19 Dutch Street built
Sorry, say again.
19 Dutch, a development at 19 Dutch Street in the financial district had excess affordable housing that they did not use for bonus. And the way the old system worked, which is being phased out, is that the difference between the base FAR of 10 and the maximum of 12 can be obtained through offsite affordable housing. And so there was a program where certificates are generated and developers may purchase certificates from developers who built more affordable housing than they needed for their own bonus. And so that is what this site is doing. I think that program will be, you won't see many more applications that have this because that program is being phased out.
That the program's not being phased out. It was supposed to be phased out, but that was removed from the City of Yes zoning text by the City Planning Commission. So that is now a permanent, that's permanent.
So is there additional affordable housing created
Bought
or not?
Affordable housing vouchers, but you are not building affordable housing.
Correct, that is correct.
Someone else built the portable.
Someone else already,
But someone had extra FAR that was supposed to have gone to affordable housing.
And did.
They did not use.
They did not
all
use
of
the
it.
bonus they generated. They did not,
They
they
did
had
use the
more,
bonus, but they
they
did
had more
add- they
affordable
did
housing.
build the-
Rosa, please.
They had a bonus,
They had more, yes, they had a bonus based on their amount of affordable housing. They didn't
Right.
use all their bonus on their site.
which was a site for affordable housing.
They built the affordable house. The affordable housing generates bonus to have a bigger building.
Yeah,
Okay,
I get it.
yeah. Do you understand?
They had excess,
I'm not
they had
sure.
excess, they had excess
So
affordable
they
housing.
built more affordable housing than they needed to under
Yes.
the bonus that they received.
Yes.
And so therefore that bonus can be transferred, purchased. So you pay them
Yes,
something for that.
yes.
But there is no additional affordable housing created as a result of this building, just somebody gets money for something they've already done. Is that
That's
a,
one way to characterize it.
that's a, sounds like the way it happened.
That's American way. That was
Right.
But that's,
New York City way.
if I may, that's common in the art, what they call R10 equivalent districts. It's very commonly done offsite. It's purchasing the certificates and HPD kind of, they get,
Okay.
they broker the site kind of thing. It's not unusual.
I'm sorry for being slow, but I.
No.
I think I'm getting it.
I wanted to just see, can we go, those are important questions. I didn't mean to jump into the architecture. I was very, very curious about I just want to see Broadway and the facade and the ground floor plan. I can't remember if we already sort of. I think they're probably two different slides.
You got it, or you need this?
No.
I think we need you to.
Gotcha.
Developments.
That one?
Well,
What's in the elevation?
Yeah, you are.
there, well,
There you go.
yeah, that would be it. Whoops.
Mhm.
That, yeah. So, well, first of all, I'm very intrigued by this. I don't take this the wrong way, but sort of like nod to postmodernism. It's become like a new classicism. Like, that's amazing. What's with the triple height arcades? That's very unusual. We certainly don't see it in the neighborhood. It's a very unique look. I'm just curious
Yeah,
architecturally
so
what
the-
you're thinking about.
We wanted to link the first floor of retail with the second floor of retail. And tying in those, retail wants taller floor to floor. For these type of spaces, so being able to tie in those 15-foot tall spaces, what we need for mechanical, pull those together and start looking at this kind of play of cornice heights that happen here, double cornice heights that happen here.
Yeah, the cornice, yes, but
Here, between linking these up to a building.
I mean,
What's the height of the?
let me just finish if I can. So the arcade is how high?
So this is not an arcade.
Not the arcade, sorry, the arches are how
The
high?
arches, yes, these are nominally about 30 feet high.
Very specific, very unusual. I would say that's, I'm not sure. I won't go there. It's just, let's say it's unique in the area and I'm not sure how I personally feel about it, but that's neither here nor there.
You're gonna say it's cool, you're not gonna say that.
Well, I happen to be somebody who likes postmodernism, but, it's an unusual moment there. I just was curious, we have
But
the
it
architects,
does
what a great.
successfully is that it does activate that ground level.
Well, so that my other question is, the entrance that you're showing with the green, canopy,
Green
thank you.
canopy as that comes down through here.
Well, you're speaking.
No,
for
I'm
the
talking
house.
on Broadway. What is that all about? Is that an entry to a street? Can you just tell me
This
what's
is
going on?
entry, yeah, entry to retail.
That's retail.
Retail canopy as it comes through.
Is there one, can you show a ground floor plan? Is it one retail unit or several? I thought I saw several.
This is
broken up.
it's one 30-foot deep retail unit that is the entirety of the Broadway frontage, going 30 feet back.
Okay. So it's one unit. So you're gonna sell.
Well,
it
it
for
could be something.
It could be
Yes,
subdivided.
well, so is there only one entrance being designed here?
We have,
Mhm.
depending upon how it's going to be divided as those conversations go. That's why we've integrated the metal that the historic precedent of that spandrel being of metal. It gives flexibility for the way these storefronts can be divided between.
Let me just ask you a different way. Are you seeing from what's shown here, one store with two floors?
what it's rendered here is one store with two.
Two floors, okay.
Yes.
There is no other retail on any part of Broadway. Everything else is privatized as they go down the street. It's from what I say.
No, well, this is.
No, that is all of Broadway. It's all of Broadway, 30, yeah.
The other frontage. Blood Manor.
Yeah.
That's why I was saying it's deja vu from the other side. The other side is 200 feet on Church and a shorter distance on the side streets. This has a shorter distance on Broadway and along Franklin.
So
The
all
Franklin
of
front is-
Broadway is retail.
Yes.
Right.
And on Franklin, only the corner is retail.
Correct.
Do you have a ground floor plan? Ken? Did you
We
say
have
that?
it in the filed plans, but I don't think we have.
Okay, I just curious. All right, thank
Can
you.
we talk about the setbacks on Franklin and Benson Place?
Yes.
Do you have
Now
any
it's-
imagery?
Yeah,
Probably there.
so also go through, which one is a wide street? Which one is a narrow
So
street?
Broadway is our wide street.
Mhm.
Franklin is our narrow street.
Mhm.
We have our maximum base height is where setbacks are able to start, but we are able to work through waivers for where these setbacks to happen. So we have on the corner, Broadway, the one street on Franklin, that narrow street. We're asking for a waiver to bring that setback up. Here, but this setback, that's at the corner of the building, as it's adjacent to 356. That stays down approximately 155, 160 to be able to have that setback here. If you go, I think to the previous image, we have similar setbacks as well. You can see
Franklin,
the Franklin setback as that stays.
That's at the
There.
201 also.
201, yeah. And then we set back for the rest of the height as it goes up. So again, we're wanting to have that variation in that street wall and have that, rather than having the full building rise up, it sets back there as well to be able to pull.
And then back at Benson Place, it's a much shorter portion of the building at about 60 feet, reflecting the very small scale of Benson Place. So the portions, this portion of the building, the rest of it is down at 60 feet, adjacent to,
So the corner of Benson and Franklin, it goes up very high,
yes.
and Franklin is very high.
Well, so Benson does not go through to Franklin. Benson stops short of Franklin Street. So
What is this?
the family, this is our building, and then this is, oh, I'm so sorry, I broke your pencil. This is the,
Sorry, it's your pencil, I'm not seeing it.
this is the city's property. The family court building didn't build to all of its property, and so this is like a city-owned, essentially private street. But Benson Place stops right here. Right. So this portion of our building is 60 feet next to our neighbor at 356 Broadway, giving them space and light and air in here.
And this portion is how I, this side,
It's called Benson Street?
Benson Place, Benson Place.
this one goes up to
Yeah.
full height, right?
We have it,
He's got really good eyeballs. Nice. This one says 212. And this one says 257. This one's.
So I walked this site last
Set
night.
back.
That's
They set
this
back.
whatever street, or I don't know what the
Yeah.
correct name, it's very canyon-like already.
it's an alley.
It's an
And-
alley.
Alleyway.
And the concern is that if you go up above where you're supposed to set back, it's even going to make it worse.
Well, the base height is already tall. It's already permitted to be tall there, to be at least 155 feet.
But 155 is different than.
And then our
200.
our building, then the building height is already permitted to go up to
To 235,
30, and that's our property line there.
and you're going up how much? Above 235.
212, and then I think the next
Yeah, and then
one
we
is
set back.
269.
Right.
Would you consider setting back the tower on Franklin back?
The tower is set back.
Yeah, no, this is what we
are setting back.
Oh, I know that alleyway.
Setting back up the corners, are you asking?
What are these numbers?
Sounds like you know it. well.
I mean, I walked it, yes.
I
they are
walked that
setting
all
back.
the
Total,
times I go
my
to-
total height is 293, and these are going to 201 at the side.
So at the corners, you're setting back.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, Cortland,
Right
yes.
In the middle of the block that you go full.
Exactly. Well, no, wait a minute. Yes, yes.
As you go north.
Yeah.
So this one.
Remember, people online cannot see what's.
What, yeah, what are we, where are we
People in the
going
room
here?
can't see
Yeah,
what you're
it's,
doing.
we're going
It's a
to
floor
nine.
plan that has-
No
Nada?
idea what you're doing.
Is it in
Nada,
the-
can you
is-
take some comments from us?
Yes, please,
Absolutely,
Vicky.
and, Vicky, while your hand is up, I'm gonna see if I can find the files. Keep going. Go ahead.
I
Vicky,
can
say
keep going.
Yeah,
Can I please see the rendering of that base? Because I am almost speechless, and that
Big.
takes a lot. And I see the
Uh,
rendering, the proposed base that you showed us earlier.
You're talking about the ground floor?
Yep,
the
yep, yep, the
36 foot
rendering.
arch.
Yep, yep, the 30-foot arches. Yes.
so Vicky, is
Almost.
this what you're looking at?
Yes, well, the one from the corner. So I'm going to say that I will fight this from to the very end. I have to say that to all us architects, this should be obvious that this grandeur and garishness on historical Broadway is uncharacteristic and inappropriate. Broadway is much more modest than Fifth Avenue Fendi store, which is exactly what you're proposing here. I'm sorry, I'm going to say it, but how dare you?
But Vicky,
Do
we're not
this 30
reviewing
foot.
this for aesthetics.
Pardon?
No, we're reviewing for the height modification.
Right.
Well,
So how
But aren't they
inappropriate.
connected?
I don't think that's fair. I think you can
Uncharacteristic.
review it. It's here as an application and
And
there's
they
things
might
that.
come to landmarks and then we will.
I mean, I guess the same question.
Me,
Is an uncharacteristic, inappropriate expression for what I consider our humble interpretation of Broadway as a definition that defines New York City. This is more akin to Fifth Avenue Fendi store. And this is obvious to all of us who are in the industry. Thank you.
I'm in the industry, I'm not offended by it.
Well, good. You can then go and buy something here, okay,
I
Nina?
actually think that that neighborhood, that area really can use activation.
A little pizzazz.
Yeah, it can use a little uplifting. It can bring people in a bit more.
I mean, if we're having a conversation on context, this is a different conversation. You know, I asked the same question. The 36-foot arcade is singular in this neighborhood. It doesn't exist anywhere. I'm sure if it does it have to go, does it go to landmarks? Right, so, you know, I mean, I think it's fair that if people on the community want to opine on this, opine away. I feel similarly. Respectfully, great architects that you are, I think there must be something else behind it, I'm figuring. The reason for this height, I don't get it. Is it just an aesthetic choice to join two floors, the mezzanine and the
This
first
is from the
floor, and make it singular? I'm just curious, is there something else driving that?
Alice, take a look. This is from the application.
Site plan?
No, I'm just asking I've got the architects right here.
I'll answer the
Anyway.
Excuse me, I'll answer your question. They're gonna use that facade as a marketing tool.
Yes.
Got it?
so-
Exactly,
Maybe
Joe.
their answer, I'm just curious.
Not
They're gonna market
humble
that
and
out, yeah.
affordable, Joe. You're absolutely right.
This shows the set, this shows the bulk.
Mhm.
And east-west section. The one above is the north-south section.
Is the dark gray what's the waiver for?
Yes.
Okay.
And thank you for that. That's very helpful to see what's outside the.
I think I'm sure you guys are gonna come back many, many times to us over the next projects and years for different things. We really do need to see kind of all the understanding. And I think, for example, taking a look at this shows the addition much more cleanly than your other deck, and this is taken off your application. So I would ask that when you do come back for many things, if you could include things like that for, right?
And there's a lot of emphasis in your presentation on the ground retail level, which I don't know if that's intentional or not. The bulk of the building and how big it is, you don't present it at all. And to me, the building is big.
And that is what we're here to vote on for the BSA. So a part of it is about the CPC. So if that's what we're here to talk about, looking at the pretty ground floor retail, I mean, I get you, it was a better conversation than the last one the lovely gentleman presented with the amenities on the ground floor. But we do need to see these types of things that are shown.
And they're actually able to enter, given the street variation in levels, because, you know, that's a basic thing.
There you go.
Sounds like that.
But this gives you a really nice idea of the contextuality of what you're looking at as well in the block and the size of the buildings that are around.
Well, in terms of height, but
Yeah.
massing, but certainly not. in terms
That's
of-
Broadway, the second, sorry, the second drawing.
Yeah.
Go back up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's looking east.
So that
On the bottom.
is not,
And yes, there's a
As a
gentleman
fence
whose
is
hands
the top.
up in,
and the top one is Franklin, right?
Yeah.
So the top
narrower
one is
street.
really.
David, I put you up as a panelist because you were so patient, so you can unmute yourself.
Thank you. I'm a neighbor. I am the co-president of the adjacent building, 356 Broadway. And in my brief remarks, I just want to say that, as you know, currently there's an empty lot in that location. It's something of a blight on the neighborhood. And we welcome this new building. We at 356 Broadway do. We see it as being a significant improvement in what's in there. We believe from what we've seen, it's keeping in the character of the neighborhood. The developers have been transparent and very communicative with us. So overall, we're seeing this as a net positive, and we want to pass that along.
Thank you for that. We too would like not to see an empty parking lot there.
Exactly. David,
It's not even a park.
David Glovin is another person who
Yes.
wanted to speak from the public.
So that was David, and I think there was.
That
So
was
Jonathan
me.
Travis.
Thank you very much, David.
Thank you, David. Thank you for hanging in.
Jonathan?
Jonathan Travis, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, hello, everybody.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, my name is Jonathan. I'm a Tribeca resident. I live a block from the site. And I am actually a commercial real estate broker that specializes in art and design. So if you've noticed all in your neighborhood, there's been a kind of a change in the gallery landscape in New York City, with Northeast Tribeca becoming a major hub for art and design. I personally brought over 40 tenants to the neighborhood, including recently like Marion Goodman, who opened up a full building on Broadway, not too far away from the site, Almeen Wretch, which is a gallery directly across from the site. So I've been working kind of bringing art and design to this neighborhood since 2015. I just wanted to say that I actually think the site has great potential, and I know the retail component was a big discussion earlier. There's actually a lack of large footprint spaces in the neighborhood available. I don't think this would end up as a Fendi store or something along the lines. I think this could be a major cultural type tenant, a major gallery, a major showroom, something that's in line with the type of other retail tenants in the neighborhood that have come over the last several years. And, you know, the large volume ceiling heights, is what these type of tenants look for. And I think this project would be able to support that. And I think that there would be a continuing of the kind of cultural dynamic that has taken place in this neighborhood over the last 10 years.
What's the square footage of the retail?
Thank you very much for speaking up and thank you very much for joining us, Jonathan.
Yes.
We'll push back down. We
I
have
did not read my summary sheet.
Vicky's hand is still up. There was somebody named Ben who I moved up and then he dropped off.
I think Ben will be there with it.
Okay. So this is a view, that I believe was asked for the development site facing north from Benson Place.
I've walked that many times, as
Yep.
I have that block on Franklin, and I have to say that it is an absolute eyesore and a blight in the community. It absolutely feels like a sketchy part of town because there's been construction plans for so long.
So my question for the developer is, what is on Benson Street?
So this is not street. This part of this is not street, but up until the end of this
Okay.
with the construction fence. So this is the family court building, and this is property that is not mapped as street. The street actually starts back here. So this is getting toward the end of our property line, and we're gonna be building up to it.
So you're building directly up to the edge of the property line there?
Yes.
Will you be adding any light to that pathway? Because there is, I mean, one of the things you've heard a couple of people in the community say is it's actually a well-traversed shortcut.
Yes.
I used it all the time.
So
I walked down it today. Yep, that's a fair comment. It should be well lit. I don't know what the exact plans are, but it's definitely something I would
And
encourage.
that's what I was actually trying to find in your project description or anything online.
I don't think we
See.
describe our lighting treatment there, but I think it's an absolutely fair recommendation that I would think we can commit to.
But frankly, only adventurous people go there because the reality is there's, like further south, it's just parking like agency or Blackbird parking.
It doesn't mean it will always be that way.
And
I
it'd be
mean,
better if it was safer and
It
less
would be
sketchy.
better if it was safer and if it was less sketchy and it would be better for your building as well. Yeah, so that would be something that would be highly appreciated. When you're, and I didn't see, I mean, you can tell me, do you have anything in your, presentation that's in the ZAP portal that shows any of this?
No, we don't have anything that speaks to like lighting conditions and details along that side of the building.
Okay, and I think this is all verbiage, so I'm not.
I think there was someone from the condo, from the building across the street, the landmark that's transferring to us, that wasn't able to be here anymore at this time, but
Ben put his hand back up. Let's see.
Julie has, someone named Jordan, Julie has his statement, if you'd allow her to read it on.
Can we let Ben go? Because Ben put his hand back up. Ben, you can unmute.
Oh, yes, I can. Hello,
Hi.
am I there?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just, I'm in the 356 Broadway, the building next door to the site. I've been, a resident of the neighborhood for over 50 years and, including 45 years in, 358 Broadway, which is part of the building site now. And, I just want to say that since the buildings came down, it's been a real negative impact on the neighborhood in terms of rats and traffic and sidewalk pattern. And I've reviewed the plans for this new building and I've looked at the pictures and it looks like a plus to me. It looks like something as nice or nicer than has ever been in the neighborhood. And I urge you all to move this project along so that we can get life back to normal
which has not been that way for probably 5 years now. And I don't know, all my dealings with these developers is positive, and I like the plan. And I would love to see that eyesore and that horrible vacant lot go away. That's all I have to say. Thank you for consideration.
Thank you, Ben, for coming. I'm gonna move you right back down.
Hello? What the
Oh, you mean we can't hear them anymore? Joe?
I can hear you now. I was somehow, you were off the line.
Hear each other, we can't hear them.
Okay. Can't hear you guys. Hello? Help!
Oh, it was me.
Thank you, you're back.
Oh, awesome.
Thanks,
It wasn't me, Joe.
I'm not blaming anyone.
That was me.
No,
You,
it's-
you cut me off again, I'll go to sleep, that's all.
Okay.
So do better soon. And come back with actual concrete numbers. And I know 25,000 is a concrete number. It's a disappointing, frankly, concrete number. So we would like a concrete number that is higher. Just being bluntly honest here.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
yeah.
Richard? And then me.
Yes, I'd like to understand, First of all, is this rental or condominium? How many apartments?
It's 107 for sale and condominium.
107 for sale, and
What size and starting price?
that's what I was, yes.
I don't think prices have been established at this point.
And
Sizes?
what sizes are they?
They're similar to the last project. They're like
2 bedrooms to 5?
units.
2 bedrooms to 5.
So 100
What
and
they
how
s-
many?
107.
107.
So want to split a 5-bedroom?
106, no affordable housing, no one bedrooms, no studios.
There are one.
There are one bedroom.
There are 1 bedroom. Okay, so 1. And tell us about the parking. Why parking? How much parking? Public parking? In building only
There are
parking?
24 parking spaces that will be in the cellar of this building. It's permitted by zoning. We're not asking for any zoning waivers for it. And there's demand in the market for parking, so developers build it.
Is
Yeah.
it just for the building? Just for the building, residents?
Following up what Richard asked, you have 2 curb cuts on each street, right? One on
There's
Frank.
one on Franklin and there's one on Benson, and so cars can come in.
For building services, be able to keep as much off the street as possible, so.
So that's building frontage that you're basically taking away. Barbara.
That's the back.
Is garbage coming off of Benson?
We're still working with Department of Sanitation for how they want to run the services, either off the place.
Do they fit that on Benson now, do you know?
Like, right now, I can't tell if the city administration building has their own agreements with what happens in some, so we're,
It's their loading dock, that area. That's
Yeah.
essentially their alley.
yes. So,
Asking about light and air and the building across the street, was there any way to do any of the cuts to provide any kind of light? The building that's across the street that's asked. Was there any consideration or different in the way that the setbacks are that would allow any type of light for the neighboring building?
It's a good question. However, the as of right zoning, even without us humming, would fill up an envelope that goes taller than that.
I understand that. That wasn't my question.
Yeah. Brandon, I
So
don't know
we,
if you-
we cut, with our term, we cut and carve at the corner of Broadway and Franklin. We hit that setback and carved back through there so that we didn't rise straight up at that corner. We did the same thing along Benson and Franklin. Through this diagram, through the setbacks, we pulled back off of Franklin where we were asking to for that setback. We did the same thing along Benson, setting back there. So instead of what we could have done is gone with a lot line condition with that single setback and going straight up. We pulled away from the Benson and Franklin to be able to have that cascade back and get as much as possible. But again, with that mass, we tried to take that height and put it to the center of the site rather than spread it at the street wall at the lot line.
How big is the setback? How many feet?
It's touching on your question. The majority of Franklin is not setback. It's at the corner setback. So let's say, what is the length of Franklin, your building facade?
Let me get you the exact number.
And the amount that's setback,
Hard to read those.
200 feet.
200. And how much of it do you set back?
60%.
60%.
Setback.
Okay, so the document on your application that's uploaded is incorrect because it shows 1/3 of it on each side being set back.
We're just over between here. You're talking.
Yeah, this is for percentages, so you're like 60%.
Our dormer that sits back. Our dormer is allowed.
So what impacts the neighbors is the whole majority of your building that's on Franklin, which goes all the way up.
It's not the majority. I understand what you're saying. It's not the majority.
If I had a drawing, you could look at it, but we don't have a drawing, so maybe next time.
Would this help at all?
Oh, yes.
When you're saying the dormer makes it so that the width of the street wall is higher for a certain portion.
Yes.
And are you asking for a waiver for additional portion of street wall to go or not? I guess is what I'm,
Yes.
okay, great.
Yes.
So I understand what's going on. I'm not sure everybody else does, but
So-
everyone knows what a dormer is?
Yes.
Okay, great.
No.
So,
Richard does it.
It's a way to use the street wall to
Richard.
make it higher.
Couple more questions for me. For the affordable housing piece, can you tell us how much money you're paying towards that?
I don't have those dollar figures with me.
Can you get that to us? Is that?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
would it be in your
Because-
application?
It's not in the application, It's not part of it.
Is there a reason why not? Or why you couldn't get that information to us?
I don't know if that's public information. Yeah. It's not public information.
It's not public information. Could you talk about what you're doing and how this building is approaching sustainability? I know you've said it was an all-electric building, but are there any other ways that you could describe that?
So we are, under the new zoning, what we are working to achieve is an ultra-low energy, all-electric building. We are aiming for 15% better than
Put it back.
code for that. That's delivering both on energy use through the electrification of the full building, no on-site emergency, or no on-site gas. Practically speaking, gas ranges, none of those. From a sustainability point of view, emergency generation, we're doing above baseline requirements for life safety. So that from a resiliency standpoint, generator being elevated up above, intense rain situations, everything else that we have now started to experience. That type of equipment up within the building, and then both within the residential units, within the highly filtered fresh air for the health of the building. Doing highly filtered water at the site entry and what we call site and source entry for filtering this happening. But the big thing we're doing from the sustainability energy use is performing 50% better than the new code. So we've been designing our building for future code that's rolling out in March.
In exchange for that performance, do you get any zoning floor area deductions to make the bigger building?
Yes.
What roughly are those deductions for this high efficiency building on this lot?
Limited at, I believe it's 5%. Yeah.
5% of a big number though, no? How big is the building? The gross.
To gross as we are.
It's not 5%, the gross.
No,
Big
it's-
number.
Right.
It's 5% of 235,000.
Right.
It's 5% of 230,000, because you're making the building, what is it, high efficiency? Ultra high, yeah, ultra high.
Ultra low energy.
You get back zoning deductions from DOB, as of right, it's not an issue, it just makes our buildings bigger if we make them high efficiency.
High efficiency.
So just so everybody knows.
And one more related question, bird safety glass, are you considering that? Is it all that?
It's required.
It's pretty long. We are, yes, we have bird safety glass at every terrace. So for those landing areas that the birds would be, every balcony, every loggia, every place where there's that potential area for bird strike, because the landing zones also down within 75 feet of the ground floor. We have bird safe glass. Those are those zones that have been determined as where bird strikes most likely to occur, and that's all being worked into.
Okay, thank you.
I want to ask, while we're on glass still, and I've asked the question before, I'm going to repeat it, because I wasn't sure I really fully got your answer. Is there any other, because looking at that triple height or, 36-foot arched window, is there any other reason you're doing besides the desire to bring the mezzanine and the ground floor together? Is there some other thing that the developer wanted you to be trying to achieve here? It's an unusual move as far as I'm concerned, particularly in this neighborhood. So I would just develop a little bit more of why.
Yeah, it's one thing that they're trying to do is the larger retail tendency that they're hoping to be able to get within the site. what we wanted to do is be able to bring that link between what's happening down on the first floor with that. Up at the second floor, doing that through, the glass isn't double height, triple height. Having that metal band that comes through similar to other projects along Broadway and within the neighborhood. Being able to have that metal spandrel articulation.
Right, but the large, sorry, but the 3 stories of, okay, glass with the spandrel is basically to attract a certain kind of tenant, a certain kind of
The two
retail.
stories,
Right.
Right.
Well,
That'd be-
36
so-
feet,
okay.
my
Yeah.
world is great, but,
Okay.
whatever. It's looking for a type of tenant. Can you just describe what type of tenant that might be? I'm just curious. I'm trying to think myself. I'm thinking Dwayne Reed. What are we?
No, they're
No, but I mean, some family gal. Well, I'm just curious. I mean, clearly this is a move that's done towards the tenant, to me. So I'm curious, can we know a little bit, particularly that elevation, even on Franklin, I guess that's anyway, I'm just curious, can you give us a little bit of a sense of who that tenant might be? Or where we'd see other tenants like this, as a precedent in New
It
York?
allows them to bring a.
I was gonna ask him
second
if
floor
he
tenant
could talk to that, yeah, just if
and
there's
have a
something
lot
else.
of presence.
Yeah, the discussion has been about allowing the second floor, the ground floor gallery, being able to have large gallery space on the second floor. To activate the archways, connecting, you might end up with 2 tenants that are gonna work well on Broadway, but one of them might need more square footage. So to be able to link that visually up through there and taking cues from, both large buildings and small buildings where they're grouping these floors and these retail bases along historic kind of warehouse working aspects of what was up above from multi-height brick arches that are broken up with that metal spandrel that happens in between. But the real play that we were asked to try and solve for is if a retailer comes in and they need space on second, how do we give them that visual connection down to their entry?
Okay, that's very helpful. Okay.
I'm looking at.
Which there's also a risk with that if a second tenant comes and takes the top floor and they decide to not use it or block the windows, that presence is gone.
Awesome.
I'm gonna try and go back to his presentation so I can find the.
I'd be curious, I'm just trying to think outside of the obvious post. Like
Okay.
an AT&T.
I'm
yeah,
gonna,
fine.
stop. I need to
Yeah,
remind
sorry,
everybody,
thanks.
we need to be out
Yep.
of here in
Yeah.
10 minutes. So
Yes,
we
hallelujah.
need to really have a vision for where we're going and any final questions.
Not doing a resolution
please.
tonight.
I think we are doing that.
Why? We don't have to.
We do.
Do we have to dinner tonight? I thought we were waiting till, okay,
No,
wow.
the city planning
10
said
minutes.
that they're gonna be heard in
I don't want to do this all again.
So then can we be clear on what we are supposed to
Yes,
find
we're
out?
gonna, yes, of course. We are trying to figure that out. My take is that we should pass a positive for resolution for.
I might
I'm-
disagree with you.
You can't take I think you're just saying what you are trying to.
Well, we don't want to have a vacant lot. We want something to be developed there,
Jenna?
right?
Sorry, that one?
Yeah, I just mean, you don't, okay, go ahead, sorry.
Hold on.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how.
Stop. Do it. George, what do we have to do for CPC today?
Yes, what is our?
You're eventually, they're gonna want a recommendation from you. Whether you approve or disapprove of the application and your comments on it. Whether you have to do it today or not, it depends on your calendar. Right?
So,
And
but the applicant says he's going to a hearing. I thought you said April 14th, correct?
no, that was.
That
was the other one.
They haven't finished,
Yeah.
they haven't finished.
That was the BSA piece.
It's not a
This is
completed
PPC.
filing, so we're not, why do we just?
And we have
Rush
only
this.
4 or 5 members of a 50-board community here. I don't feel
We have-
comfortable writing
7.
whatever. It's not enough.
It's 10 minutes, I
It's
mean,
not-
like,
So
we're not in a
let's-
rush here.
Time.
Let's do this. You're sure we don't have to give you anything today? Because CPC told us we have
I
to.
would respectfully, like, if you were able to comment on the prior application, I don't know why you wouldn't be able to comment on this one.
I think we can comment. The prior application was certified. Your application is not certified.
And it's a courtesy referral. This is not we're here before you.
And, you know, we respectfully would ask to get a resolution and keep this moving.
Well, okay, we don't make, just to be clear, it's not a rule that we make resolutions in the room the night, so we're not gonna follow that rule, okay?
I'm not
Number one,
making a rule. for you.
okay, number two, we'll get to the resolution. Let's just figure out if it's a recommendation or a rejection in this room by the 7 people that are here. From there, we can go. If we can't come up with whether it's a rejection or an approval,
It's
we're
for
nowhere.
the-
And we
because it's for the
understand
bulk
the answer.
notification.
So I don't know if it's a
Yeah, recommendation or.
or a yes or a no, but to me, having an empty lot is not serving anyone. So something needs to be.
Generally, yes with
Yeah,
conditions or no with,
Yes.
as I said, people don't want to see an empty lot, it's obvious. So yes, and there's 1,000,001 conditions everyone's spoken to. I think that should be identified in the resolution. I mean, to keep it simple, is that
And
what we're
not
saying?
Holding anybody hostage for an answer. It's a yes with conditions unless anybody agrees.
I think
And we're
that's
not
what
gonna
I'm
come back with some conditions that we didn't speak about and that are unreasonable, that come from nowhere,
I
right?
think,
I agree,
I think
yes.
I have one question for the applicant team here, and the question I have is, if you didn't use all of the purchased to get to 293, what would the building look like? Right, because that's the issue, that's.
But there's a lot of levers for zoning.
Yeah, that's a
not for-
different, I mean, that's a different building. Some of the waivers we are currently seeking, we wouldn't be seeking perhaps if we weren't doing the transfer from the land market. I keep in mind, this is under a zoning tool that is set up to encourage making contributions and setting up preservation plans for landmarks. You can have the views you wish about that tool, but this is using that tool and the companion waivers that come when you use that tool.
Agreed, and the tools, all the tools that were designed were sold as to increase affordable housing. And that's, I guess, my basic issue that comes back with all of these conversations is what we are building is not even market rate, we're building luxury condos. We are not increasing the affordable housing in our neighborhood, we're not necessarily increasing the maximum stock of housing that we could. The other building was supposed to be 117 as a max of housing, and they're down to 71 and a penthouse for 72 units. So here I'm looking and saying, okay, we're at 100 and some odd units, and I think my issue is, again, it's more condos. And it's not that I have anything against condos, but it's more luxury housing and it's not enough affordable housing for our neighborhood.
But it's hard to penalize a group of people that wanna dump $1 billion into this empty lot and
Yep.
create housing that.
We want the
Yeah.
houses, but,
Yeah.
you know, I wish it.
The
I-
want just outweighs the not want, right?
Yep.
I mean, it does.
Yep.
In every metric. it's
Can we move forward on what the
Details of this, all the
resolution are?
conditions that were
Yes,
mentioned
Yeah.
tonight that have been by each individual, I think we can include, is that okay to say rather than trying to remember?
There was the money one, there was, I mean,
Yeah.
do we have any issues with the bulk? I mean, the question is, do you care that the dark gray is there versus the non-dark, right? I mean, we have what's allowed and what's being waived, and in some instances, it doesn't impact the block, and in some instances, it does. You guys have to kind of,
I think it's less impactful on Broadway, I think it's more impactful on.
sure, on that
I agree.
narrow block.
And I think
But at any point, like his point was at the light gray, it still impacts that block. The sun still does the same thing when you have that. So,
Yeah.
so then you have to
another
see.
100 feet above that. I mean, I think that's the
Right, but
difference is,
yeah.
it's 201 to 294 plus your mechanicals, which are how tall?
40 and 50.
40 and 50 feet. So, you know, you're at 201 versus 294.
These are all things everyone should deliberate and hopefully we can come
Yeah,
up
I
with a
mean, I think
solution
to-
that allows that for quickly
Right,
done
and
at the full board.
To Rose's earlier point, and of course, again, it's a little tricky for me, you know, trying to help out a friends group in a park, but I do think the idea of giving back, as you've already acknowledged, to public amenities and neighborhood is critical in these kinds of schemes. Yes, you're going to help with the landmark, but I think the addition, given the scale of the building, is, you know, a really good thing to do. And I would add that, you know, I don't want to take anything away from our friends group and doing what we can to the public space on one side of you, but let us not forget Collect Pond Park. I mean, that's a really You started with it, didn't you, or somebody did, I don't know, you know. Very close, and that is also appeared on our apps for many years, which was to get water back into Black Pond Park. Making that park. I don't know how that happened.
They have a front group or?
I don't know, yeah, I don't know.
Do they have like a?
We don't have a water hookup? Is that what you're saying?
No, they have a water hookup.
So what type of work is now?
And
then-
the idea of Black Pond. And it was fantastic, and all of a sudden, it dried up, there's no more water in it. So this is a Martin.
Then you protect yourself. Your accusing doesn't mean
Help on that, and but anyways, it just, these are business in your backyard, literally, so.
So,
Yeah,
let's, Alice,
yeah.
okay, so we're issuing concerns about the height and bulk on Franklin,
Yes.
right? Because we think it's more appropriate on Broadway. We had concerns and we made comments about the lighting and everything on Benson, right, to improve that area. We talked about retail. We talked about, the setbacks. And
The
then,
amount of setbacks are okay to me, where they set that is more of an issue, which is.
right, and for me, I've got issues with the bulk on Franklin, because I think it's a smaller block. And by everything that's been shown, it's significantly taller. On Broadway, it's a far more befitting building. What else did we say? We have the parks, we have Barnett Newman and Colette Pond. Pardon?
Garbage on this. the
Garbage being very concerning and,
One thing I didn't bring up, but it's
Affordable
need is
housing.
on Frankfurt, the facade is majority private and not public.
Right.
And I don't know, as somebody who used to walk it very often, it would really be nice if frankly 50% or more of it were
Correct.
public utility and accessible versus what looks like parking, a giant lobby, then probably an accessory space to the lobby, and then a dark, bay.
it doesn't
there.
add to the street life on Franklin if you can find a way to
Yeah.
redo that to make it more public and lively. We understand that you need a lobby, we understand
Yes.
everything, but maybe you don't need 24 spots in the basement, and some parts of that could be a little bit more amenity based. And then the other question is, if it's only parking for the residents, then it's not actually helping last mile delivery. It's not actually helping any of the public roam around. We appreciate the input for public space, but one of the considerations should be that maybe you're building a building with so much that Amazon might have a spot underneath.
Like, what is that dark
Very
bay?
Creative.
Well, that's
Idea.
for, it's for delivery. It just tends to be able to-
I can promise you that a street parking costs them, if they paid paid the parking rates, because we just went through this, it'd be about $125,000 a year, right? It'd be significantly less for them to have a last mile delivery, which would service your building and maybe some of the other places locally to be able to be below ground off the streets, not unload on the sidewalks.
And accessible via Benson.
Do we have to leave here tonight?
No, so
I just, does George have anything else? I mean, I want to thank you, George.
Yeah,
You've
George.
been,
George, thank you.
the applicants, I mean,
Thank you.
amazing tenacity here, but is there anything else you?
Anything else that we should
Should be
have said
thinking
or
about?
commented or considered?
You got it.
And the only other thing that I want to say is there was, again, on this one, some confusion with the numbers and the pathway. So we will comment on that for CPC because, and the fact that they weren't here.
Yeah, I mean, we should just take that up with them, because it's.
Yeah, I just feel like.
All right, so with that, Vicky, just turn your cameras on. Vote by affirmation.
I didn't hear anything about affordable housing in our.
There is, and Vicky's and my point about the context.
Zero.
36 foot, I chose
The
that.
developer,
No,
gives-
the
no,
neighborhood
the
context.
developer gives that other site. I know, but that's part of their calculus.
Well, let's just finish the vote, people.
Yes.
Right? It's a vote by affirmation. Was it called?
Yes, we have a
Yeah,
testimony.
Oh, I was.
We can add it
It's
in.
written, it's just, it's fine, we don't need to read it.
Perfect,
All right.
thank you.
Call.
Okay, but you didn't mention everything that had been discussed, but I
So
assume
we
all
will
of
go
that will
through
be
the
there.
recordings
Okay,
and
very
make
good.
sure we
Yep.
have everything and make sure we have all the
Okay.
wording that we need and including the concerns raised by the process that George brought up as well. We got everything, okay. so-
Recommendation with conditions.
Yes.
Yeah.
Summarize what.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
So it was called and seconded? I'm sorry.
I didn't
Joe,
get a second. I called, anybody second? Okay.
Okay, perfect. All right, so vote by affirmation. Are there any in opposition to this?
Yeah. I have to recuse.
Are there any recusals?
I'm gonna have to recuse again.
Okay,
Thank
I've
you.
got 2 recusals, no problem, and no abstentions. Any abstention? Motion passes, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Just what they said, you don't have to recuse. I don't know.
And everybody-